obtains and omnipresence, sustain and direct human destiny, and institutes governments of men and women. We praise and thank thee for this beautiful land, Namibia. May thy abundant blessing and wisdom therefore descend upon us here in this National Council, and grant that we may humbly and responsibly deliberate on all matters entrusted to us for the upliftment and the welfare of the citizens of this country. We ask this in the name of the Lord, in the better Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Shall we affirm? I solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of Namibia and its people, and I solemnly promise to uphold and defend the Constitution and laws of the Republic of Namibia to the best of my ability. So help me God. We can take our seats. Good morning, honorable members, once again, and welcome to our session for today. We shall begin with the order of the day. Any petitions? I see none. Any reports of select and standing committees? I see none. Any reports and papers? I see none. Any notices of motion? I see the hand of Honorable Amour.
Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, I hereby move the motion we take notice that in accordance with Rule 31 of the Standing Rules and Orders of the National Council, the proceedings on votes 10, 13, 14, 18, and 23 of the Appropriation Bill, Bill 1 of 2026, not be interrupted, is still under consideration beyond 13 hours. I so move this petition.
Thank you, Honorable Amour. Will you please table your motion? Thank you very much, Honorable Amour. As she takes her seat, any further notices of motion? I see none. Thank you, honorable members. We move on to our maiden speeches. Honorable members have informed that we have one member who is the very last member to deliver his maiden speech, our newly appointed Deputy Minister of Transport, Honorable Aikali. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairperson. Honorable Vice Chairperson, Honorable Mateus Angula was during me. Apparently, I am the last person to deliver my maiden speech, but there's a proverb in Shwam that says, "Yahoni mana mashugunda yoka." They translate that even the last getter will still make it into the crowd. Honorable Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, Honorable members, fellow Namibians, I stand before you today feeling both deeply humble and very aware of the responsibility I carry. This is my first time speaking in this August House as a member of the National Council and as your newly appointed Deputy Minister of Works and Transport. And let me be honest, this honor is not really mine alone. It belongs to the thousands of Namibians whose hopes, votes, and those daily struggles are the very reasons we are here. So I accept this role with gratitude, with the one clear brief that public office is first and foremost a call to serve. Let me start by saying a big thank you to Her Excellency President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah for trusting me with this appointment. I'll do my best not to let her down or anyone of you. I also want to thank the Swapo Party family, especially the Secretary General, Comrade Sophia Nahango Shaningba, and especially the voters back home in the Thai constituency in Umsat region. You send us here again to move this country forward, and I promise you, we hear you. Your trust is what keeps our democracy strong, and it is what pushes us to work harder with tether and act faster. I cannot forget our founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma. His fight for political and economic freedom is still inspires us today. And to the early National Council members from Umsat region, Honorable Johnny Hakai and Honorable Asri Hango. These are the founding members from Umsat region. And of course, the late Honorable Benaju Sekutamba, who is from the Thai constituency. Thank you for laying the groundwork for us. To the former councillor from Umsat region, Honorable Gerard Chimi, Honorable Leonard Shkulo, and the Honorable Lawrence Ipinge Makana, the path you built is the one I now work on. I am grateful. I also want to recognize my senior, the Honorable Minister Veikone Kundi, our Minister of Works and Transport. I look forward to serving under his leadership, loyalty, and with energy. To all members here, no matter which party you belong to, thank you for the patriotic work you do. Let's keep it up. Honorable Vice Chairperson and honorable members, no leader started from nothing. What we have in the Ministry of Works and Transport today is the result of years of steady effort. So let me take a moment to honor everyone who came before us. The honorable councillors, regional leadership, members of parliament, engineers, artisans, public servants. You build and maintain the roads, the rails, the airports, the government buildings that hold this country together, often on tight budgets and under tough conditions. But you did it. And because of you, we are closer to having safe, modern, reliable infrastructure for every Namibian. I'm not here to make big promises and forget the past. I'm here to build on what you have done with fresh energy, new ideas, and real responsibilities. As a Minister of Works and Transport, we develop policies, we build and manage infrastructures, and we look after state assets across Namibia. Our strategic plan for 2025-2029 is tied to Vision 2030 and DP6 in the SWAPO Party Manifesto. It focuses on four main things: a safe, modern transport system, better management of state assets, improved public service, and strong regulations that protect lives, property, and the environment. My personal vision as a deputy minister is therefore to make sure that infrastructure and transport become real engines for economic growth, job creation, and industrialization, and to do it with urgency and common sense. If you look at the NDP6, it says economic infrastructure is a key lever for recovery and resilience. The transport and the logistics are at the heart of that. The goal is clear: safe, accessibility, reliable, affordability, and sustainable transport, and turning Namibia into a world-class logistic hub for SADC region and beyond. This means investing in roads, rail, ports, and airports that open up trade corridors and connect rural communities. It means constructing and rehabilitating key railroads like Grootfontein, Rundu Katimba Murilo, and Windhoek Kobabes Mamuno. It means expanding Walvis Bay and Rudred ports to handle new green exports. It means upgrading Hosea Kutako and our regional airports for tourism and cargo. Every kilometer of road, every meter of rail, every quay we build or fix, we must see it not just as something for today, but as an investment in our children's future. So here are the things that I will focus on. First, modern, safe, and integrated transport. Here we mean we will spend We will speed up road projects, rural feeder roads, and urban links up so that schools, clinics, and the markets are better connected. That way, we lower the cost of doing business and help our producers reach bigger markets. Number two, or second, long-term planning. Following the President's guidance, we are working on the 30-year National Infrastructure Development Acceleration Plan. This will align our investments in roads, rail, ports, and airports with where our economy and our people are heading. We also want a one-stop border post with Botswana, Angola, South Africa, and Zambia, plus a national single window to details trade. That means less waiting time and more efficiency. Third, taking care of what we own. We are setting up a proper record system for all government buildings and vehicles. I intend to make sure every state asset is accounted for and used well. We will focus on preventative maintenance, fixing things before they break, and work with partners like the Namibian Training Authority, NTA, to get repairs done faster, especially for hospitals, schools, hostels, and other key buildings. We will improve turnaround times for government vehicle servicing. This isn't just paperwork. It's about being good stewards of public money. The fourth is better laws and deliberations. We have already made progress on bills related to road safety, public transport, architecture, construction industry, and more. We will finish the outstanding bills and make sure our laws keep up with new technology and regional standards. We will also stay in line with international aviation and the marine rules. Honorable Vice Chairperson, let me make a personal pledge to you and to all Namibians. I promise to carry out the oversight and overview duties of this House faithfully, especially for the works and transport portfolio. I will make sure our laws are implemented fairly and transparently. Where there are gaps, we will work with you to fix them. I will promise to a culture of honesty, accountability, inclusivity, customer focus, and real impact. My door will be open to honorable members, of course, National Council members here, to stakeholders, and to ordinary citizens. Public office is not a fortress, it is an open door. Now, let me share a few things that are close to my heart. Rural access and fairness. I want to put rural feeder roads first. No region should feel left behind. If you live in a remote village, you deserve to reach a school, a clinic, a market, just like anyone in town. This means a child in Donganena should reach school just like a child in Swakopmund. Road safety and saving lives. We are losing too many young people on our roads, young people who could be building this country. I will work with the National Road Safety Council, the Road Authority, police, and civil societies to support the decade of action on road safety. We must bring down the deaths and serious injuries to zero. Logistic corridors and the border posts. I will champion the Trans-Kalahari, Barbies Bay, Ndola, Lumimbasi, Trans-Zambezi, and Trans-Kunene corridors. These are our trade lifelines. Let's make them work for our people. Support for Namibian small business and the youth. I want to help local contractors, consultants, and young professionals get real opportunities in construction, maintenance, and the logistics. We have the talent. We need to create the space. Decentralization and partnership. I strongly believe in giving more maintenance functions to regional councils. You know, Honorable Vice Chairperson, I'm coming from the regional councils, so that's why I believe in them, provided that they do not disappoint and maintain accountability. And I will seek partnership with local authorities, private sectors, development partners, and other countries to get more work done. Infrastructure and transport don't have bad colors. A good road, a safe railway, a working port, they save every Namibian. Whether you voted for SWAPO or not. So I give you my word. I'll work with honorable members from every political party with respect and cooperation. I welcome your oversight, your criticism, and your better ideas. If you see delays, cost overruns, or maintenance failure, call me out. I will engage openly, investigate, and fix what needs to be fixed. Our people expect us to rise above narrow interests. Let's do that. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, fellow Namibians, our generation has been given a historic job to keep the peace, deepen democracy, and grow our economy so that prosperity is shared more fairly. Works and transport infrastructure are like the veins and arteries of our nation. They carry opportunities to every corner. If we plan wisely, build carefully, the great fairly, and maintain consistently, we will leave our Namibian, we will leave our children in Namibia that is more connected, more competitive, and more united than the one we have inherited. So I call on all Namibians, from the busy towns to the quietest villages, from construction workers to engineers, from truck drivers to pilots, let's pull together, let's work as a nation. In delivering this maiden speech, I give you my energy, my experience, and my conscience to the service of the Republic of Namibia. I will uphold the Constitution. I will obey the laws of this land, and I will strive to make the Ministry of Works and Transport a true guardian of world-class infrastructure and state assets for every Namibia. May God bless the Republic of Namibia, and may God bless our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Heikali, and congratulations once again on your appointment. You've really reminded us of something very, very important for us to continue to be leaders of open door policies. You become an honorable and then you tend to, no, this person must make an appointment, this person must what. So thank you very much for that reminder. And I hope that we all are using this as a point of build on for us to be leaders of open door policies. Thank you once again. Honorable members, we shall move on with the order of the day, and I humbly ask that the Secretary reads the order of the day.
Resumption of debate on committee states, Appropriation Bill, Bill 1 of 2026.
Thank you, Secretary. It is moved that I leave the chair. Any secondment? Thank you. Any objection? I see none. Agreed to. Honorable Ndawanipa, the first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, will now take the chair.
Seated.
The Committee of the Whole Council is called to order. And good morning, honorable members. Thank you. The Committee of the Whole Council has to consider Appropriation Bill, Bill 1, 2026, I shall now put vote 10, education, with the allocation of 28 billion 1,365,000 Namibian dollars. Any discussion? I might consider the indication of Honorable Katembo. You may have the floor.
Very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council, Honorable members, good morning.
Good morning.
I rise this morning to give my contribution to the education vote. As we all know that education remains the greatest equalizer in society. Article 20 of the Namibia Constitution clearly guarantees every child shall have the right to education. As leaders, we therefore carry the constitutional responsibility to ensure that no child is left behind. And because of geography, poverty, of lack of infrastructure, I wish to sincerely thank the government for the commendable progress made in Mukwe constituency through the construction of schools and the continued deployment of teachers in the remote areas. Schools and other institutions in the constituency or in the region, Kavango East, continue to provide hope and opportunity to our children. However, honorable members, serious challenges remain. Many learners in Kavango East, particularly in Mukwe constituency, travel extremely long distance to get to school. Some children walk several kilometers daily through difficult terrain, crossing forest and wildlife areas before reaching classrooms. During rainy season, access roads become almost impossible, making it difficult for teachers, learners, and school support services to reach certain schools. Equal concern is the deteriorating state of infrastructure in some schools. Some classrooms require urgent renovation, roofing repairs, improved sanitation facility, and better accommodation for teachers. The shortages of proper ablution facility particularly affect girl learners and compromise dignity, hygiene, and school attendance. I also wish to highlight the fleet of learners crossing the Kavango River from Angola every morning to attend school in Mukwe constituency. While this demonstrates the importance and attractiveness of our education system, it is also presents serious safety concern. Children crossing dangerous river water daily face risk of drowning, crocodile attack, and other hazards. Education should never come at the expense of a child's life. Honorable members, Mukwe have only one school that are offering grade 12, and that is Max Secondary School. And this school is so overcrowded every year, and teachers are working under pressure to make sure that learners have to receive education. I therefore humbly request the government through the Ministry of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sport, Arts and Culture to prioritize construction of hostels in the inland and along the road. Hostel will significantly reduce dangerous travel distance, improve learner retention, and enhance academic performance especially for the vulnerable children from the remote settlement. Furthermore, we require additional teachers in overcrowded schools, better road access to schools, expansion of school feeding programs, teachers' accommodation in remote areas to attract them to go there, to go and stay there, digital learning resources and libraries. As the late Nelson Mandela once stated, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Indeed, investment in education is investment in national stability, economy, growth, and social justice. Therefore, I support the vote, and so I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Katembo. Honorable Amjindi.
Thanks very much. First, Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member, I rise to contribute to vote 10 for education, which gets the highest chunk of budget, of the national budget. I want to thank the government through the Ministry of Education for introducing 100% subsidized education funding model, which started within this financial year. Furthermore, I want to commend the ministry for budgeting student village in Windhoek, and I hope it will help to relieve students from paying high rental fees here in Windhoek, which are very expensive. In this funding model, students are no longer required to pay registration or tuition fees. You have seen even this year, students, when they registered tertiary institution, they are not required to pay registration fee. And this has increased the enrollment of students in accredited institution in Namibia. With that, I urge students to take their study very seriously, because this good gesture of having 100% tuition fee and the registration, they will not come ties in their right if they happen to fail. Therefore, they must take their education very serious. But government, one of the issue now, government has not yet published the final national priorities field of study that are to be funded and that are not to be funded. For example, this year, some of the students, they are admitted in a central institution. During the registration, they are being informed that your field of study is not in the priority list. Therefore, they become frustrated and they were not ready. They were not having money to register. Therefore, I ask the government to publish that priority list sort of seat of study, so that students can make a right choice to choose the study that are 100% subsidized. Furthermore, I would like to applaud the ministry for budgeting the construction of hostel at Namtai secondary school in Oshana region, and also for budgeting to construct Oshakati South Primary School in Oshana. So we really welcome this budget considering some of the schools to have hostel and also to construct. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member, one of the absence of grade 10 in our area, which force very young people to migrate to town for grade 10, where there is no hostel. These young ones are ending up to take care of themselves, which increase teenage pregnancy among the teenage girls, while young boys are ending up in a peer pressure and they start using intoxicated substances. I propose that for us to solve this problem, the curriculum need to be revised so that grade 10 can be taken back to some of the schools in rural area, so that these kids This young one, they can still be in the hands, in the care of the parents to avoid these problems. In Oshana, we are also proposing that some of the schools need to have grade 10 and grade 11. The school that need grade 10 and grade 11 in Oshana, one of them is Oikango Combined School in Ondangwa Rural. That school needs a grade 10 and a grade 11, and it has got well-qualified teachers that can teach those grades. And also, I want to propose that the two schools that need grade 10 in Ukuyushona is on Akamandi and Ukuyushona Combined School. Once this school gets grade 10, most of the learners in this constituent, they are no longer migrating to towns. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member, one of the problems also of the learners that are schooling in a private schools are not benefiting from universal primary education grade. These private schools are partner of the government in education because not all learners can be absorbed by the government school. Hence, the policy need to be revised to include private school to be subsidized to relieve parents from paying a lot of money of their kids that are schooled in a private school. One thing also I propose, once this government school need to be, private
you
school.
conclude, Honorable.
Yes,
May you conclude?
I conclude, Honorable Chair. One important thing about private school, they have also recruited Namibian qualified teacher who could not be employed by the government. This means that the private school, they are also government partner in fighting unemployment because some of those teachers, they cannot be employed, all of them cannot be employed by the government. With this, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member, I support vote 10. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mchinti. Honorable Angula.
Thank you so much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I rise to support vote 10 on education for the Ministry of Education. And I want to congratulate and thank the Ministry of Education for continues to lay a proper foundation for a Namibian child. This ministry is instructed with a mandate of ensuring that every Namibian child receive the best education free of charge. All thanks be to the government of the day that continue to ensure that every Namibian child is molded and shaped with no cost. While we acknowledge the government effort to shaping the future of every Namibian child, it is imperative that the parents do not solely leave education of their children unto government. Hence, parents should also play their pivotal role in shaping their children's education. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I urge the Ministry to fully prioritize the decentralization policies by expediting the construction of the Directorate of Education's headquarters of Oscoto Region. Oscoto Region, because the Oscoto Region still continue operating from Oshana, and I believe we are not doing really justice. For the past 36 years, we can no longer operate from another region. So we need government really to speed up this process so that we have our own Directorate of Education in Oscoto Region. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I also urge the Ministry of Education also to prioritize the decongestion process, because currently much of our schools are overcrowded. And there was a decongestion process that the ministry was embarking upon. But up to now, when I'm looking at the NTF, I'm not seeing any decongestion of that nature. More particularly in my constituency, Chumeb, the region have planned to construct a newly secondary school and a primary school. But when I was scanning through the NTF, I'm not seeing it appearing there. Hence, I'm urging the Ministry of Education at least to take this concern and also making budget provisions in the coming midterm review so that at least we also benefit from this very important noble initiative. Lastly, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, the Ministry must also speed up the placement of teachers to reduce the number of qualified graduates that remain unemployed at the placement mechanism that will also lessen the burden of the repeated interview for graduates. So, Honorable Vice Chairperson, I support the vote and I so submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Angula. Honorable Sikongo.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Honorable members, I rise to make a brief contribution to vote 10, education, with the highest allocation to the tune of 28 billion 100,000 million 365,000 Namibian dollars. Honorable members, this is the highest chunk from the cake. When I make comparison with other countries in the Southern Africa, this allocation remains higher, even in comparison with the Eastern and Southern African region. Therefore, I'm surely believe that it will contribute to the Ministry of Education commitment in transforming education agenda. When you look at how the budget will, reallocated to various, key sectors, personnel cost will take the large share of the budget, about 59%. That means that the Ministry of Education is the largest employer within, in the country, 59%. Although 59% will only be on personnel cost, there's still a need to invest more in strengthening the capacity of our teaching staff to ensure the enhancement of skills levels and realize improvement of output quality. Last year, everybody was not 100% happy with the result of the Ministry of Education. One of the problems could be the capacity of the teachers to interpret the revised curriculum within the classroom sectors. Therefore, I'm suggesting school professional development for teachers to be one of the key in order to respond to the curriculum demands in the schools. Because teachers might lack some skills in interpreting some key aspects within the new revised curriculum. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, one of the key functions which I also suggest is the ministry to consider to conduct both regional external school evaluation and national school evaluation programs during this financial year cycle. These two programs will serve as an important diagnostic and developmental tools for school improvement and performance. Because the government cannot only invest more without any result. I'm also feel that the school feeding program should continue and should be one of the key priority amongst priorities, because school feeding program contribute largely to access to quality schools and learning, especially in far remote remote schools and in primary schools. Our education is education, art, and culture. And I feel that art and culture are the field of studies which need qualified educators. Hence, the need to strengthen the arts and culture and possibly create the industries in order to unlock our young ones' potential to sustainable development and life learning employment can be created through art and culture. Pre-vocational subjects need also to be strengthened
Honorable,
from,
we round up?
yes, from primary towards secondary level. In conclusion, school infrastructures such as construction of new primary schools, Honorable Amjindi has already indicated, Oshakati South, in Oshakati East constituency in Oshana, will be a relief to Erundu Senior Secondary Schools, which currently accommodate grade 1 up to grade 12, with the enrollment of 1,238 learners under one principal. Once this school is constructed, it will be a great relief to that. Hence, Oshana region is welcoming also the construction of community learning centers. And
Honorable, thank you.
thank you very much. Honorable Chair, Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, I so submit in the I support vote 10. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shikongo. Honorable Chabayonja.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chair of the Committee of the Whole Council. Good morning, Honorable members. I think what we are going to do here, we will just repeat because most of our issues are similar. So, but I want to start with the quote of the only black African, although there was Boutros Ghali before Kofi Annan. And Kofi Annan said, knowledge is power, information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family. End of quote. So as much as we want to appreciate what the ministry is doing, probably also on the international standard or benchmarking, we're always close to the 20% because at international level, we need to spend close to 20% of our budget on education. So we are doing good when you look at the Southern African countries and maybe Africa in general. But there are other things that are disturbing. Lately, we were reading about the Bush allowance. So I thought I will only just contribute on that one because there is a bit of confusion among the teachers that are in remote areas on this issue of the bush allowance. Uh, this term was normally known as the remoteness or hardship allowance. But then now the explanation was between the minister and then the office of the prime minister, where the understanding is that to some extent, some people have been removed from this allowance. And when people are getting an additional money, because this allowance used to vary from 1,750 for those that are in severe areas. Those that are moderate, they were then getting 1,150, and those one that are maybe in better off areas were then getting a 750. And this money was more given to qualified teachers and sometimes to school administrators. But the whole idea was to keep these people in rural. It was a motivational factors to keep them in rural areas, to make sure at least to close the gap for the not only the qualified teachers to go to urban areas and then make sure that you balance. But now you look at the explanation from the ministry. Now the challenge that is there, the Ministry of Education is then blaming not really that they are blaming, but they are putting the blame on the office of the Prime Minister that it was cut, and people have to petition. Now you ask that before you go to that level, you first need to consult, engage the people, give them proper answers, even before you start stopping giving me that specific allowance. There ought to be a consultation, whether through regional structures, through district leadership. So that's the only concern that I thought I will add to the contribution, Honorable First Vice Chair of the Committee of the whole Council, Honorable members. I then support vote 10 on education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chabeunja. Honorable Anghua.
Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council, honorable members. I raise to support vote 10, that of the Ministry of Education, with that amount. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council, honorable members. Education goes beyond school to shape characters, drive innovation, and provide the ultimate weapon, which is knowledge, for changing the world. While this process can be difficult, the results are indeed rewarding. I commend the ministry for the progress made in expanding access to education, improving school infrastructure, strengthening technical and vocational education, and promoting innovation and youth development. These efforts continue to lay a strong foundation for Namibia's future. Furthermore, I would like to thank the ministry for their continued efforts in shaping the life of a Namibian child and in ensuring that this exercise comes at no cost. The 8th administration shall ensure that amid the challenging times that the world is facing, every Namibian child shall be empowered from primary to tertiary education for free. While this is the case, it is our utmost call to the parents that please don't leave the education of your child entirely to government, but the number one stakeholder in supporting government efforts, making this cause a reality. Our unity in diversity, dear parents, remains our greatest strength. And thanks for those who make it. As a former chairperson of the Education Committee, I would like to appreciate all efforts made by the committee, especially on our oversight programs. We have produced reports that yielded positive results from the ministry. We applaud the ministry's efforts in listening to the outcry of the people of Onkumpula, where a community hostel was constructed, catering for about schools in the Sokoto region as a response of our recommendation. This is very commendable, and it is our wish and plea that the ministry considers an extension
of this wonderful deed to other regions to ensure safety of our learners have not only a safe but dignified hostels, especially those in rural areas. We continue to advocate for the rehabilitation and construction of more classrooms, libraries, and laboratories in all schools, and for acceleration of placement of unemployed graduates to reduce unemployment and consequently reducing the learner to teacher ratio at all schools. Honorable First Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, the current daily meal subsidy of $22 once it comes to hostel, community hostels, is outdated and no longer reflects the cost of providing nutritious meal. It must be reviewed and increased as a matter of urgency. The issue of water and sanitation shortage in schools and hostels across the country must be addressed urgently to protect the health and dignity of learners. We call on the ministry to ensure that vocational training opportunities should be expanded, particularly in regions with higher concentration of marginalized communities, so that more young people can acquire practical skills for employment and entrepreneurship. Our sincere gratitude goes to the parents, stakeholders, and friends in education that continue to invest in ensuring that the learner's environment of the Namibian child is not only safe, but well equipped and supported throughout. I want to thank our former governor in the name of Comrade Usko Ngamwa, a selfless man that continued to build schools and equip them for us in his own right. Our sincere gratitude goes to all our friends in education in the Hangwena region and in Namibia countrywide beyond. We also pour our sincere gratitude to the Director of Education in the Hangwena region under the leadership of Mr. Isaac Amatwi. Fellow educators, let us be hopeful and continue giving our best to every Namibian child and maintain a safe, supportive, environment at all times. With these few words, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the whole Council, honorable members, I support the vote and so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Anhuo. Then Honorable Zantse.
Thank you, Honorable Dawanifa. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, very good morning to you all. I rise to contribute to vote 10 on education and to specifically raise issues affecting the Ardav region. Firstly, I would like to inquire from the Honorable Minister on the implementation progress of the previously made recommendations from the Standing Committee on Education of the 6th National Council, particularly those concerning infrastructure development, learner accommodation, increment of the community hostel subsidies, and the improvement of learning conditions in rural areas. While I have observed that there is no new major allocation reflected in the current MTEF for new large-scale education projects like construction of hostels and schools in Hardap region during this fiscal year, I nevertheless appreciate the efforts being made by the ministry and the government through the ongoing projects currently appearing in the 25-26 MTEF allocations. Honorable First Vice Chairperson, allow me to acknowledge some of these important projects. The construction of additional classrooms at Marintal Primary School, construction of the North Side Primary School in Rehoboth allocated 6.2 million for the 2025-2026 fiscal year, the construction of an administration block and other facilities at Annes Secondary School in Rehoboth, which was allocated at 3.9 million, the construction of 2 septic tanks at JT Klude Combined School in Riethoek, allocated 1.5 million. The renovation of ablution facilities at Calgran Primary School, which was allocated at 2.8 million and which is currently at a very advanced stage. And also the construction of additional classrooms at Arnos Primary School. Most of these projects were advertised through open national bidding in February, and this demonstrates government's commitment toward improving education infrastructure in the region. However, Honorable First Vice Chairperson, there are still pressing challenges that require urgent attention. Firstly, many schools continue to struggle with dilapidated furniture, broken chairs and tables, negatively affect the learning environment and the dignity of our learners. In many instances, these broken desks and chairs are left lying idle in schoolyards, creating an untidy environment and giving a very poor impression of the school management in the school. I therefore wish to propose that this challenge be converted into a community empowerment initiative. Could government not consider involving unemployed youth and local artisans through community-based projects to repair and refurbish damaged school furniture? This would not only improve school conditions, but also create temporary employment and skills development opportunities for our young people. Secondly, there is an urgent need for the construction of a primary school in the Marindal plots area. Learners from this area are currently forced to walk distances between 10 to 15 kilometers on a daily basis. Many learners are unable to attend and participate in the afternoon classes or the extramural activities or extra learning opportunities offered by the schools. This situation also contributes to overcrowding in existing schools in Marindal. A school in the plots, therefore, would be an ideal idea as it would greatly improve access to education and learner safety. Thirdly, I wish to raise the issue of learner accommodation in Malta here. The primary school currently accommodates about 1,300 learners, while the secondary school accommodates around 400 learners. Yet the only government hostel, Namalia Hostel, in Malta here has a capacity of 220, while the community-based community hostel only accommodates 60 learners. These hostels accommodate learners of different ages, which is neither safe or conducive for younger learners. I therefore appeal for the construction of a dedicated primary hostel in the Malta here area. Lastly, Honorable First Vice Chairperson, I would love to raise concerns regarding the community hostel at Uibes. Although the hostel is situated on state land, it is currently privately managed. I wish to ask whether the government could consider taking over the management of this hostel and other community hostels in order to improve oversight standards and accessibility for vulnerable learners. I therefore support vote 10 and urge the ministry to give serious consideration to these concerns and recommendations for the benefit of the Namibian child. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zense. May I call upon Honorable Sezuni?
The Vice Chairperson of the whole of the committee of the whole council, Honorable Daifa, the Chief Whip, Honorable Ngua. I rise here to support the budget allocated to the Ministry of Education. And I wouldn't like to repeat whatever others have said. Most of the points that I wanted to say have been stated. But it's only to sensitize the House that in Kabe's house, we do not have either a hostel or a secondary school that goes up to grade 12. So my registration was to see it that at least we should have, Kabe's house should have 2 hostels in Impalila and Nakabolelo. If we could have these two hostels and they converted to grade 12, at least the it will be seen as a good way to go. I think with this, I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Kachuanyo.
Good morning. First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Good morning, honorable members. A lot was said, but we say education must answer one question for a 19-year-old child in Namibia. As we are talking, we have to align our curriculum.
Honorable Sazuni, your mic.
We have to align our curriculum that it can meet the area where the kids are. If the kids are living in an area where they are farming with livestock, which is cattle, goats, and sheep, we have to make sure that in grade 1 to 7 or up to 10, when this child drop out there, he must go with knowledge to go and practice this knowledge in that area or in that vicinity. And the other part, I want to urge that every community hostel, which is in Namibia, wherever it is, it must be taken over by the government. Why do I say like this? Is that the government is already subsidizing that hostel with a chunk of money. Why can they not take it over and build better infrastructures? Because we want better accommodation for kids also. That they should have a better accommodation for them to go and study. A child should sleep well to go and listen in the class attentively. Now, if a child sits on a bed, will that not spread diseases either? We have to consider that. And the last one, we say, we have to bring workshops to the youth, not the youth to go to the workshops. So vocational training centers must be taken down to ASAP there. Secondary schools must be taken down to ASAP there. That these poor parents should not run from ASAP, that 365 kilometers, down to Hobabas. So let's take the workshops down where they are needed. Not flock them all in cities and towns. I so submit and I support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Pakarai.
Thank you very much. The Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable members of the National Council, a very good morning to you. Allow me to first extend a word of thanks and gratitude to Omaheke Regional Leadership, Education, and the Governor for the inspired leadership that has enabled and propelled the Epukiro Secondary School from a remote area of Namibia to obtain spot number 4 at the National Secondary Certificate ordinary level for the year. It's a remarkable achievement that must be emulated, and we would like to emulate it to all the other schools in the region. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, at the same time, allow me to, when I'm raising to support the vote 10 of education, and I would like to applaud the government for allocating the 663 million for the registration and tuition fee for the year 2026 between January and March, with a understanding, with a projection that we needed to enroll at least over 134 new intakes. That is commendable for the government of the Republic of Namibia. It is still very important that and evident that when you look at the school learners ratio, we still need to attend to that, because there are some teachers that are sitting with over 40, 52 learners in the classroom. Therefore, the 151 million allocated to recruit 665 teachers must be executed with a sense of agency. If you look at our numbers of the teachers of currently up to date of 2,772, it still tells you that we need to push these numbers of the teachers across the country over 3,000. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, my fervent belief still sits in making sure that TVET drives the economy of this country. And that's why, of course, the quote that was shared by Honorable Chiavonjas and others, I want to say that Namibia can only arise to its people competencies. And the value driver of those competencies is education, and it's through TVET that will drive the industry. Therefore, I'm pleading within this budget for the 5 types of assistance for graduates, that immediately once they graduate, they must have a startup capital, they must be accorded an opportunity to own land or plot, they must be given tools and equipment in the area of study of discipline. They must receive further training in business management and entrepreneurship, and they must participate in government tenders. This must be mandatory, where our graduates from the TVET institutions are part, a certain percentage must be allocated for them to participate in any government tender. And that will enable us to make sure that our education is relevant and is contributing to the socio-economic development of this country. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of Council, I therefore submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pakarai. Honorable members, we have arrived at the point of the tea break, but still we have got about 4 members who want to contribute. I may advise that we may break for tea, then we'll continue with the rest of the honorable members after tea break. Agreed? Thank you. As we are breaking for tea, then we'll be back at 10 past 11. 11 and 10 minutes. Okay. So I was advised here that the standard time, it must be 30 minutes. then we have to come back 11:05. Agreed? Thank you.
steps. Although there are some challenges and some challenges, I want also to add my voice to the community hostels. Community hostels must be taken fully by the government. Really, it is a challenge with the accommodation. It is a challenge with food, and these kids are forced to go out every weekend out of the hostel, and it puts a challenge on these young ones and the parents as well. The second thing is, I don't know what the arrangement was, but some good infrastructure you will find in some areas which are now private land. Some schools, and these schools are not utilized, standing empty. And that is because of what the agreements was, we don't know, but because of evictions that is taking place from the landowners. And these facilities, state funds have been used there. These are now not utilized and cannot be utilized. That is one concern. So ministry must look at that, want to renegotiate so that the facilities can be utilized. Another issue is the ministry can also look to that situation where you find schools only up to grade 9, and from grade 10 and upwards, the kids are of the children are now forced to move to the next towns, and they are exposed to many challenges, social challenges. That is why you will see a situation if one is now looking from the entry. Entry you will find your entry is maybe 3,000, grade 0 to grade 12, AS level. But at AS level, you will only see from the 3,000, it's only end up with 500 learners. So now one is now wondering what happened with the learners down the line here. Becomes a worrisome situation. Unemployment is contributing to that effect. So there is a serious call that we all have to join hands to address and to arrest that situation. Otherwise, we'll face, as we are moving, and as much as we are striving to become the industrialized nation, we shall later said we have uneducated young people and uneducated people. That is my concern that I'm just having, and I am urging the ministry just to do some extra so that you can just arrest that one, and the parents must take place. And I must also say, whichever ministry is responsible, especially these school-going kids who are not accessing, who are not getting school, we must find a way how to engage or how to regulate something for the parents to be accountable to these ones, because it's a fundamental right of a child to have access to education and so on. So I support the vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wambo. Honorable Brandt.
Good morning, everyone. The first vice chairperson of the committee of the whole council. Thank you for the floor. I just want to contribute on education, the vote of education. My honorable councillor from Swakopmund constituency stand up and talk about the schools and the hostels in Swakopmund and Walvis Bay. Yes, it's good. It's in the same region, but then we in the rural areas, right? Like for instance, Omachete, Okombai, Uis, Tupuses. But first of most, I will thank also the Ministry of Education for renovating the hostel and the school of Tupuses to the standard, to the level that it's now looking like a hostel that is in a city. We are having community hostels in my constituency. The community hostels are formed because the schools are just in certain areas and the constituency is very vast. And then because there is no government hostels. People are forming the community hostels. But then I went to visit a hostel, a community hostel in Ochorongo, which is only 2 rooms that they call the hostel. And there are beds, maybe 8 beds in each. These children are sharing maybe 4 on one bed. The way they cook their meals, it's 2 big black pots. There is not enough toilets, bathrooms, but they are keeping and they are taken care of. The person that is taking care of these children is also sleeping amongst those children. So can the Ministry of Education maybe visit the areas? I can do that together with them so they can assist these hostels, because really they are helping out. It's just that they don't have sources. The other thing is on education. We keep children in school, and sometimes you see from grade 1 to grade 7, this kid is even not performing in school, but yet we keep them and they are promoted to the next class until they go now to the secondary school, reach grade 10, and then they drop out. Then there's nowhere for them to go. I thought one of my colleagues here were saying about um, uh, the VTCs, and then these children that are not performing at school from the start to be taken out from schools, be analyzed, be seen in what they can do perfect, and to be put in technical processes from the start, instead of wasting their time from grade 1 to grade 10, and then they end up on streets. Coming back to the schools, Piedras Canep Secondary School is a very historical school. But then when you go to that school, there is a building that has burned down maybe 30 years back, and it's still standing like that. Imagine a kid coming out from the classroom and face that building every day. It's also a discouragement, and it's also they are taking it very emotional. I want government to look into it, or with the help of the constituency councillors like me, to go out, look for some sources to renovate this building, to bring it to the standard. The buildings in the constituency are falling apart. Government buildings, hostels are falling apart. One day you will just hear a building has collapsed on top of a child. So I want the education minister to really look into it. I know she has visited Piedras Canep School 2 weeks
Honorable
ago.
Brandt,
Thank
just
you.
to
Thank
remind
you.
you about
Yeah,
time.
yeah. So really, let's take the community hostels to be changed to government hostels for these people to be assisted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brandt. Honorable Marungu. Honorable the mic. Maybe you can restart.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I rise to support vote 10. That's education. I've gone through the MTEF, and I'm happy. I'm happy in a sense that statistically wise, we all know that Rundu has the second largest population from Windu. And as a result, we have more schools in Rundu that are overcrowded. Now, the MTEF has a solution to this problem. There will be a construction of a new school, secondary school, which is Ndama East, and this is really a solution to decongest the ever overcrowding classrooms in Rundu and Ndama, to be specific. And for that, I really commend the 8th administration for thinking positively in this direction. Secondly, Honorable Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, Ndongalinena constituency faces a significant, serious challenge in terms of hostel accommodations for learners. Like I indicated in my maiden speech on my birthday, 7 May, I said, in Ndongalinena, we do not have any single hostel to accommodate school learners. And this is a challenge because some learners are from the inlets. They do not have accommodations at the sides of the riverside. So at the end of the day, it forces them to drop out. So we are calling on the Education Ministry to consider constructing hostels in Ndongalinena constituency, including in the inlands like Shamashwa, Chakambu, Tude, Shishijo. So those inlands must also be catered for. Honorable Vice Chairperson, the youth, out of school youth, especially from Divundu to maybe Rundurura, let's say Mukwe constituency to Rundurura, do not have access to vocational schools because the only vocational schools we have is Rundu Vocational Training Center. So we have more young people who are out of school youth that are based in the rural areas of the Kavango East region. So we are also calling on the ministry to really look at constructing a vocational center in Ndongalinena constituency, or Ndiona constituency, or Muke constituency. So having said that, I support the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marungu. Any further discussion? I see none. Any objection? I see none. Agreed to? Thank you very much. Before I proceed to the next vote, honorable members, just to remind the House that once you get a chance, you may pull the mic towards yourself so that you will be so audible enough. And secondly, we must keep watching our time. The clock there is descending, ticking. So you allocated 5 minutes and it's tick to indicate how many minutes and seconds are left for you to contribute. So I think let us keep our eyes on the clock so that you remain within your given time. So honorable members, I shall now put vote 13, Health and Social Services, with an allocation of 13,115,700,000 Namibian dollars. Any discussion? I observe the indication of Honorable Katembo.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members. My contribution to health and social services, vote 13. Health is life. And access to health care is a constitutional and moral obligation. In Article 95 of the Namibian Constitution, obligates the state to actively promote the welfare of the people, including public health. I therefore wish to commend government for ongoing healthcare programs, especially the recent polio vaccination campaign that continue to protect vulnerable children in our community. However, the healthcare situation in Kavango constituency, in Kavango region, particularly in Mukwe constituency, remain the challenge due to the vast distance between settlement and the health facilities. I strongly request the establishment of clinics to cater the inland communities. As I'm speaking, there's only one clinic serving a very large inland community, population, and simple not enough. The Kavango East region has trained many nurses and health professionals. Therefore, we must continue building more clinics and some health centers to absorb these professionals while improving healthcare access for our people. Mukwe constituency is a geographically enormous. Communities such as Omega require more comprehensive healthcare facilities, such as a hospital, improved emergency healthcare service, and a mortuary. It is a pain for grieving families to travel long distance under difficult conditions simply because the mortuary services are unavailable nearby. Honorable members, I also wish to raise a concern regarding the shortages of ambulances at Andara District Hospital. Emergency response times remain slow because of the size of the constituency and the poor road conditions in some villages. More ambulances and mobile outreach health services are urgently needed. Honorable members, a healthy nation is a productive nation. Development cannot be achieved if communities remain without adequate healthcare infrastructure. I support the vote 13 and I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Katembo. Honorable Mchinti.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member. A health nation is a productive nation. Means without health, nothing else works. Everything will stand still. For example, if we are sick, we could not be here. If we could not be here, what will happen to the budget? Therefore, I rise to make my contribution to vote 13 for health and social service, which are allocated 13 billion. Is the second ministry got the hijack of the budget. In comparison with the budget of last year, the budget of last year, it was 2.2 billion. And this year is 13 billion, 13.1 billion. And the difference, it means that we have this budget for this vote has increased with 7.4%, equal to increase with 9 million. This is very good, and we appreciate the Minister of Finance. In SADC region, according to the World Health Organization Global Health Expenditure Database, Namibia ranked number 3 in SADC after Botswana and South Africa, of the country that spent the highest percentage of GDP on health. Therefore, as Namibian, we feel proud, we should feel proud of our government and for ourselves to be a top spender in Africa relative to the size of our economy. In this budget, what makes me happy is the allocation of funds to construct Ondangwa District Hospital, which was a a thorn in the flesh among the residents of Oshana. Once this Ondangwa District Hospital completed, it will remove a heavy burden to the Oshakati Hospital, where currently all the cases from the clinic, from the health centers, are all referred to Oshakati. The other good news of Oshana region residents, particularly Ubudia, is the allocated budget for the construction of Ubudia Primary Health Center. And this constituency is far from the towns. And once this construction of this health center completed, the farmers, the residents in that area, they will benefit from this one. So I wanted to thank the Ministry of Social Services for recruiting 1,262 health professionals through Vision April 2026 in mid-January. However, I still appeal to the Minister of Health and Social Services to continue to recruit unemployed nurses, doctors, and other professionals to make sure that clinics and health centers, they have got enough professionals or enough personnel. And also they should make sure that clinics, health centers, hospitals are having adequate medicine, because this budget of the ministry can now able to address the shortage of medicine in clinics, in health center, and in hospital. With that contribution, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member, I support vote 13 for health and social services. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mchinti. Honorable Chavayonja.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Members. I'm having a bit of flu, but I'm trying. Let me start by saying I rise here to support vote 13 with an amount of 13,115,700,000. Honorable Members, the Ministry of Health under the 8th administration is walking the talk, and we are partly happy with their collective effort in making sure that our people get the necessary medical support that they deserve. Taking into consideration Article 10, that's talk about equality and freedom from discrimination. Want to highlight one concerning issue that we have been talking in the 6th National Council, the issue of transporting patients from long distances to Windhoek. But recently, I think 2-3 days back, we have witnessed the minister officiating the dialysis ward in Katima Mulilo. So somehow you are seeing that our plea, somehow the ministry is listening to. But as much as we appreciate this intervention from the ministry, we are faced with many challenges. Specifically, Okahanja districts have been built way back years before independence, with the understanding of caring for a population of between 5,000 to 7,000 people. Currently, as we are talking, this hospital have to service more than 46,000. Then we seriously need an serious expansion on the hospital to cater for the increased population, the construction of a maternity ward, pharmacies, and the stores, a pediatric ward, as well as the district storeroom. The upgrade of our clinic, because we only have one clinic in our location, to a health center. Equally, to absorb this pressure, we can then construct clinics in other areas like Five-Rand, Oshetu, and Ferrisdal. Five-Rand, honorable members, for your information, is an area as you are approaching Okahanja, and our people from that area have to walk more than 4 or 5 kilometers to reach to some of these services as we are talking. We also have to procure critical equipment such as the BP machine and the vital monitor machine, appointment of doctors, as my honorable Amonjiji has said, and drivers. Equally, the renovation of houses of nurses and doctors' flats. There is equally a challenge on our anesthetic machine, which is not operational, and we are currently forced to transport patients to Windu. Our X-ray machine is also not operational. And as I have said, we have old vehicles that cannot even help in this regard. I was thinking the Deputy Minister is here because I wanted to invite her to Okahanja to say that I'm inviting you, even at my cost, to come and visit Okahanja as the first place, just to see what is happening, because seriously, our hospital, and then maybe through social medias these days, you have witnessed how people in Okahanja are then putting videos on social media just to, because of the pressure that is on the hospital and the support that they are not getting from our hospital. So for submission, I support Vote 13.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Angula.
Thank you so much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I rise also to support Vote 13 on Ministry of Health and Social Services. While we welcome the ministry's initiative for full decentralization to the regional directorate into the regional council, a move that is commendable and also a step towards effective health services delivery. Please allow me, Honorable First Vice Chairperson and Honorable Member of this August House, to appreciate the good work of Oscoto Regional Council, of Oscoto Regional Health Directorate under the able leadership of Mr. Joshua Ngipangelwa, our Director of Health in Oscoto Region. We have noted a notable progress from sourcing of funds, ensuring that the state of infrastructure of our hospital, health centers, and clinics have improved, with a new clinics and health centers constructed within many hospital wards and refurbished, and sewer and reticulation also been also refurbished in those health centers in Oscoto region. We would like also to commend the Directorate in ensuring that Chumeb District's hospital receive a new structure to accommodate HR and finance division within Chumeb District, a step toward efficiencies and in service delivery. Honorable Vice Chairpersons, honorable members, I would like to further to thank the ministries in ensuring that pharmaceutical services are sourced straight from the manufacturer, which I commend the Ministry of Health. While appreciating the commendable effort of the ministries, it is imperative also to know that Oscoto regions still face many challenges, ranging from lack of ambulances and more especially the 4x4, because majority of Oscoto region is a very remote, they've got a lot of remote constituency, and some of these ambulances do not reach some of those remote constituencies because of the nature of those constituencies. Hence, we are appealing to the Ministry of Health at least to make a transport available that are fitting within those geographical area of those constituencies. As I said, they are very sandy. It's also our submission, therefore, that the region need adequate funding for delegated functions as a vote as a vote to procure medical equipment and also pharmaceutical for distribution to various hospitals, health centers, and clinics across the regions. Because the current budget that is dedicated to the director, I think is not sufficient enough. Hence, we are appealing to the ministry at least to reconsider that budget that is dedicated to the director to ensure that sufficient and effective services delivery is not hampered because of those bureaucratic processes that are taking place sometimes at the national level. The director further require furnitures and equipment in the infrastructure, newly renovated houses and health centers and clinics. Because currently we have seen that some of these renovated health centers and clinics, we did not really budget it. There were no budget for furnitures, and we are saying that for efficiency service delivery, at least they must also
Honorable
be
Angola,
furniture.
you are on red.
With these submissions, Honorable First Vice Chairperson, Honorable Member, I support the vote and I so submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Sikongo.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, for the opportunity. This time around, I can sing a song, Ngwi na Tora, Ngwi na Tora. Why? Because the project that was done, groundbreaking 10 years ago in Kurenkuru District Hospital, I can proudly say it has got a budget of 50 million for 2026-2027 and 320 million 2027-2028 and then 370 million 2028-2029. Kavango, be happy. Your government is a caring government. So we are moving. We are moving. So though we were not happy all the past 10 years, now all these past 10 years after the construction, it will be like there were no 10 years past. So this is Namibia. We are moving. Honorable Vice Chairperson, Honorable First Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I'm happy to stand here with these honorable members. I think we are moving towards the right directions. I can proudly say, if this is the way all our houses move, Namibia will be a country number one when it comes to taking issues of the community. I can really read from the face of the honorable member that everybody is very serious. Under your chairmanship, Honorable Ndawanifa, we are really moving, and I commend you to continue, and I commend everybody to continue. But I still have some hiccup with the budget. I mean, with this budget book at page 84, renovation of health facilities, NPC code 20980. Just renovation of health facilities without telling us specifically where and where and where. And I'm observing when I'm reading this MTF, I think the Ministry of Health really need to look into this one. We want specific allocation. If it is Ohangwena, Ohangwena. If it is Kavango East, Kavango East. Or maybe Divundu, Divundu. So that we can really tell our community this budget is allocated for this specific area in this specific region. But not to have pregnant words like a renovation of health facilities just like that without knowing where. I think that is my hiccup. Otherwise, one would really prompt to think like where there is a school, there is a need to have a clinic, because a school have got a number of learners and teachers. But if money grows like trees or like grass, one would really think when we are constructing a school, we put water and we put also a health facility for these learners and teachers really to benefit, and also to entertain our young graduates, because they are graduating annually and they are hundreds in numbers, but they are moving in the street after graduating because there's no way they can be employed to work. But if we created more clinics at almost every school, and then these graduates can be employed so that they can really render these health services. Otherwise, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, those are my contribution, and I move this vote without further delay for the development to take place. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sikongo. Honorable Hangua.
Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, I rise to make my contribution to the vote of the Ministry of Health and Social Services. As we rightly say, health is the first wealth, and a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. It is on this basis, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, that I commend the Ministry for its cost-saving strategies aimed at reducing expenses and improving the timely delivery of medicines and other pharmaceuticals from manufacturers. The Ohangwena Regional Council welcomes the Ministry's efforts to fully decentralize the Health Directorate to the Regional Council, a step that will improve service delivery to our communities. While we welcome this delegated function, the region continues to face several challenges that I wish to highlight. I would like to submit key challenges regarding healthcare infrastructures deficit in the Ohangwena region, particularly with regards to a Nana District Hospital, which forms part of my constituency. While the appropriation bill primarily focuses on the health provision in health centers across the region and the country at large, my submission argues that public interest must be interpreted through the lens of constitutional rights, specifically the rights to health and life. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, the current state of Enana District Hospitals calls for urgent government intervention, including the possible use of expropriation powers to support its necessary expansion. Ohangwena is one of Namibia's most popular regions, second only to Commerce region yet. It remains without a functional intermediate or referral hospital. Currently, patients requiring specialized care are normally transferred to Onanjokwe Intermediate Hospital in Oshikoto region or Oshakati Intermediate Hospital in Oshana region. This creates a dangerous referral vacuum where the Ohangwena population is forced to seek basic health care outside of their regional borders. This long distance transfer delay critical medical intervention, particularly in maternal and neonatal care and emergency situation. Reliance on neighboring regional hospitals also places on unsustainable burden on Oshakati and Nanjoki hospitals, leading to bed shortage and reduced quality of care across the North Central regions. The second critical issue with the Enana Hospital is the lack of critical medication. Honorable members, the right to health is solely without the means to treat chronic and life-threatening conditions. There is a documented and long-standing availability of essential hypertension medications, as all of you may know, and other life-saving pharmaceuticals at the Nana District Hospital, a situation that needs serious yet urgent intervention, and this happens to all 14 regions countrywide. The lack of medicine extremely affects the unemployed and low-income residents of Enana and Ohangwena region at large, while private pharmacies may have stock of these essential medicines. The cost of these medicines is financially draining to the majority of the population. As we all know, hypertension is a silent killer, and the inability of the state to provide consistent medication leads to preventable strokes, heart failure, and amongst other complications. The third critical issue is the state of overcrowding in and out the hospital. The hospitals is unable to carry and accommodate the demand of the inpatients and their care relatives. The situation even worse and more distressing inside the maternity ward. Honorable First, Vice Chairperson, honorable members, Ohangwena region has only 3 hospitals, that is Okongo, Engela, and Enana, which are insufficient to meet the needs of its growing population. As the Regional Council welcomes this delegated function, we call on the Ministry to allocate a substantive budget to address the urgent needs of the Health Directorate in Ohangwena region. I so submit, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Health Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wanguo. Honorable Brandt.
Thank you, the first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I want also to contribute on vote 13. First of all, before I contribute, I like to thank the Almighty for granting wisdom to our vibrant young Ministry of Health. We all can already acknowledge in the country that changes are happening in the Directorate of Health. And I think a lot is going to change. We are facing the same problems that has already been mentioned all over the country. The same challenges that are in Otosonjupa are in Irongo region. But with time, I think changes are coming. The most critical things that we want to see in our region, the constituency of Dongres, is to have to have life-saving equipments and machinery at the clinics, and the clinics also to be upgraded to the level of health centers, and the chronic treatment medicine to be on time at the clinics, to have an ambulance that is in good condition in the constituency, since the distance to the next hospital is very far. And then proper accommodation for the staff of Ministry of Health at the clinics. I thank you. And I support the vote, definitely.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brandt. Honorable Sezuni.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to have the floor. The first vice chairperson of the council, of the whole council, the chairperson of the committee, and of the whole council. You know, it has been confusing this.
Very much. You have it right.
We'll get there. Yes. The first vice chairperson of the whole committee, of the whole committee, of the committee, of the whole council, Honorable Dawandifa, the chief whip, Honorable Angua, Honorable deputy ministers, and honorable members. I rise to here to support the budget of the Ministry of Health. I've got only two items that I wanted to highlight the house. In the Kabel South, I've got two areas where I needed the clinics. That is Kasika and Nakabolero. The reason being, in these areas, there's conservancies. So there are wild animals, vicious wild animals that are roaming around. And the distances between these places to the nearest clinic is very far. So I would like to have these two places probably be squeezed in this budget. I so submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Seimi. Mic flashing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of Committee of Whole Council. I rise to give my support on vote 13, Health and Social Service, with an amount of 13 billion 115,000 million and 700,000. I think really in Oranjemund sometimes maybe we are a bit forgotten because we are very far from the capital city, 1,000 kilometers. And it's on that occasion that I want to remind that next time really we should also be considered to construct a district hospital in Oranjemund constituency. Currently I see here the allocations of 5 million for constructions of a clinic in Oranjemund, and there is ongoing renovations on the old building allocated by the NANDEB company. So I'm not sure now if this fund belongs to that renovations or is the constructions of a new clinic. However, what is really the needs of the community is to have a district hospital in Roshpina, because Roshpina is quite central. If we put a district hospital there, it will be able to accommodate resident from Osingle, resident from Oranjemund and the nearby farms. And as you know now, since there is no district hospital there, in most of the time, even expecting women, when they are about to reach that month, they are either told go out of Oranjemund to other towns where there is hospitals, which is really not fair and is unfair to our community. I therefore call in the next review, I also want to be happy and think like my colleague here, Honorable Sikongo, where I will be leading millions allocation for the construction of the district hospital in Roshpina. Addition to that, I want to make just a general comment in effort of us reaching our universal health coverage that the recruitment of the nurses, I want to advise the ministry that at least if we can consider recruiting the nurses from the Health Professional Council database, because in most time when these nurses are finished the training, they have undergone practical trainings, and then they have to go to council where they have to do oral and written examination, and then from there they are registered, and it means they are ready to practice. Therefore, there is no need again to take them through interviews. It will be just a waste of government resource. We rather just go to that database and recruit them from the registered of the Health Professional Council. In that way, we'll also save government from more spending, and it's also saving from our nurses that has to go around the countries in bucks, wasting their traveling cost, which most of them, they are new graduates and they are struggling. They don't have these funds. In first instance, maybe parents will assist the first two traveling, but the third one, even the boyfriends who have been supported, they have given up on boyfriend of both and girlfriend. So I think in support of that, I really want to request the ministry to consider the recruitment of nurses from the registration of health council. So I support the vote with this allocation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Seimi. Honorable Kwoko.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council. I see that my honorable members have said a lot here, but nevertheless, is that the others, they were saying that the health nation is a wealth nation. And now, in comparing to my region, I would say an unhealth nation is a weak nation to develop the country when I compare the situation to my region. Having said that, is that in Namibia, most of the rural communities are still struggling to have access to the basic healthcare services. That is the truth on the ground. Yeah, I know that the government is trying slow but sure, but comparing to Kunene, our people still feel like a bit left out because most of our rural people, they do not have that access still. They are far from the health centers and clinic and hospitals, 30 kilos, 50 kilos, 40 kilos to the nearest one, whereby, as I have said already that most of my colleagues have said a lot, I'm just requesting that the more health professionals to be recruited. I know that the health ministry have done that, but it's not yet enough. And also there was a program in our region there, I don't know the other regions, whereby the health assistant, the community nurses were there to assist those community members in that villages
And that one, that it was a program funded by partners or by some
Honorable Saimi,
Samaritans.
may you switch off your mic? Sorry for interruption, Honorable Kwok.
Yes, it was a program was funded maybe by people from somewhere. But since those people they withdraw, the program also died a natural death. And while the people are suffering on the ground, we have requesting as the councillors, but nothing came forth. So I'm still requesting the ministry with this 13 billion. 13 billion is too much money if it can be taken care proper, so that at least those community nurses to be recruited and trained and assist while the other health or clinics being constructed in those areas. So I'm strongly requesting the ministry to recruit, to train those people of community nurses. The other thing is that while we are there, in those areas, there's no those facilities. It forced the pregnant people or those sick people to travel to go to their nearest clinics. When they go there, there's no families. So they have to put tents in surroundings until that time is came. During that process, people are suffering. So let it fast track the construction of some clinics and hospitals in those areas. And the other thing is the ambulances. Imagine a clinic is 200 kilo or 110 like Yogangwatopo. There is no in the ambulance. There is sick people. We lost a lot of people. We have some data here, and it is paining. So I think with this also amount, at least somewhere there must be a provision of having or buying some ambulances to each and every clinic, not just in Kunene, everywhere where there is a lack or there is a demand. So that we can have that health nation. Yeah. We have places, clinics or health centers having a provision of mortuaries. Yeah. Mortuaries. There's a mortuary constructed, but it's not utilized. We have been trying with the director. They say no, there's no fund. There's no with this fund that mortuary been in operation so that at least people can avoid to pay that expense, because if you take a car of somebody, it's already a kettle in our area.
Thank you.
So having said that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwoko. Honorable Monde.
With specific reference to the healthcare infrastructure challenges and opportunities facing the people of the Commerce region, particularly in Windhoek District. Allow me first to commend the Ministry for the progress recorded in the implementation of critical health infrastructure projects during the 2025-2026 financial year. Among the completed projects are the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit at Windhoek Central Hospital, as well as renovations at Katura Hospital covering Ward 7, Ward 6, Ward 4, and Ward 3. These developments are commendable and demonstrate government's commitment to improving healthcare delivery for our people. Equally, we welcome the ongoing projects, including the bulk earthworks and roads for the new Windhoek District Hospital, the expansion of the Tegameno Rehabilitation Center, the installation of perimeter fencing at Katura Hospital, as well as the fencing of the mental health unit at Windhoek Central Hospital. Furthermore, we note the project earmarked for commencement during 2026-2027 financial year, namely the installation of lifts at Windhoek Central Hospital, the construction of the new central medical stores, the construction of the Windhoek District Hospital and further renovation at Katura Hospital, including Ward 8, theatre, maternity ward, and the ground floor. Honorable Vice Chairperson, while we appreciate these interventions, the reality on the ground remains the primary healthcare facilities in the Commerce region are under immense pressure due to rapid urbanization, population growth, and increasing immigration into urban settlements. The demand for the healthcare services in informal settlements and peri-urban communities has outpaced the available infrastructure. The growing population in the mixed settlement continues to have difficulties accessing healthcare services, and this community requires a fully fledged primary healthcare to improve access to essential healthcare services for residents of the area. Thanks to Commerce Regional Council for putting up a mobile clinic and also procuring an ambulance for the ministry. Similarly, the clinic at Farm 508 in Kowariakab requires expansion to enable the facility to offer comprehensive primary healthcare services. Currently, the scope of healthcare services that can be provided remains limited due to the size and the capacity of the existing facility, despite the growing healthcare needs of the surrounding community. The situation at Groote Oop is equally concerning. The clinic requires urgent expansion, including accommodation for the healthcare workers, because the current infrastructure can no longer cope with the growing healthcare demands of the area. Honorable First Vice Chairperson, another matter that requires urgent attention is the strengthening of emergencies medical services and primary healthcare outreach services within the Commerce region and the country at large, as I have heard from other honorable members. The current number of 9 running ambulances in Commerce region remains insufficient to adequately serve their growing population, where rapid urbanization continues to place enormous pressure on health services. Communities continue to experience delayed emergency response times due to shortages of ambulances. This situation directly affects the ability of healthcare workers to save lives during critical emergencies. And primary healthcare outreach services also require adequate operational vehicles to enable healthcare workers to deliver immunization campaigns, maternal and child health services, home visits, community screenings, and other preventative healthcare programs. In many cases, limited transport capacity and an aging government vehicle fleet constrains these essential services and undermine preventative healthcare delivery. And if we are serious about strengthening our healthcare system, then funding in new healthcare infrastructure, facility maintenance, medical equipment, pharmaceuticals, outreach vehicles, and medical emergency services must become a national priority. We therefore call upon the ministry to prioritize procurement of additional ambulances for the Commerce region and other high-demand regions, increase the allocation of operational vehicles for primary healthcare services, strengthen maintenance and replacement programs for aging fleets, and improve emergency medical response. At present, the region carries the burden of growing population and increasing service delivery. The current allocation of approximately 243 million to Commerce regional health operations is grossly inadequate, when more than 95% of that amount is consumed by personnel remuneration and operational expenditures. There is virtually no room for meaningful infrastructure expansion and development at regional level. This centralized development budgeting model continues to weaken the capacity of regions to respond effectively to local realities and development priorities. Honorable Vice Chairperson, in conclusion, I think my time is up, but you know,
thank you very much, Honorable Mwande.
Some of these votes need urgent interventions. Finally, it is therefore our strong view that capital project budgets for health infrastructure must be decentralized to regional authorities. Regional councils understand the needs of their communities better and are strategically positioned to plan, prioritize, and oversee infrastructure development projects efficiently and responsibly, as demonstrated by the Commerce Regional Council. I therefore call upon the ministry. Therefore, I support the vote 13, and I so submit, but I was not finished.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mwande. Honorable Pakarai.
Thank you very much. Once again, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I'm rising to support vote 13, but very importantly to request for rerouting of some funds to the following critical health issues. The fact that the National Assembly have initiated the mental health bill is because there are fundamental mental health challenges in this country. But it's only Windhoek and Oshakati hospital that has the mental unit. It's important that we establish mental health hospitals in this country. We must establish, we have, number one, we have inadequate facility for that matter. Secondly, health officials, health professionals are nowhere to be found in terms of the capacity required for this population. That's one. Two, and I'm hearing my honorable members and others are talking about the ambulances. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Council, this is very hardening and very disappointing that Omaheke region, in Omaheke region, where we have 13 clinics, where we have a catchment population of 395 population, there are, as we speak now, where we are sitting in this August house, there are only 3 ambulances functioning. There are only 3 ambulances functioning, and that is not acceptable. We therefore ask for this vote to reroute a substantive amount to make sure that the fleet, and especially Omaheke, is in the ICU in terms of the fleet. Since 2015, and just to add there, these ambulances travel on average 1,600 kilometers per day, each one, required to do so, and you only have 3. That's how the situation on the ground looked like. Thirdly, since 2015, Oshiarwa village is a village that Omaheke Regional Council is supporting, have planned and surveyed to move from the growth point to a settlement. And as we speak now, there is a school, and this school, mainly the learners from these schools are from the San community members, over 450 of them. And the clinic at this particular village has been approved since 2015, but not yet funding has been made available to this effect. So this, while I'm supporting the vote, I'm humbly requesting a reroute of the funds to the aforementioned items. So I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pakarai. Honorable Mkete.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I am also obliged to support vote 13, the Ministry of Health and Social Services. Also, I appreciate for the work of the ministry done for the people in South region. Lastly, we received the health center, which Kurufitu, Namlenga constituency, and also a clinic, the Pandamiti in Thai constituency. We appreciate for that from our ministry. This, other hand, we are requesting, the other hand, we are appreciate for the government. It's not quite, it's continue to assist their people. Whenever that appreciation, we also make a request and follow up for some clinics in the region. When I saying this clinic, I'm exampling for a London clinic in the Sun constituency in the fifth year. This clinic is approved 2013 by the ministry to be constructed, but yet not to be constructed, but we are received a reason why the regional we agree that firstly the ministry can construct the clinic far from like Omhama in the Ruakana constituency from Makange some 100 kilometers to Kamanyamp there, and up to now that clinic at Omhama not yet constructed. Therefore now, so we are requesting to the Ministry of Health to accelerating this service the people, because our electorate they are did their part. The electorate why we are here now, it is our time also to do our job to give service to our people. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the committee of the whole council, also as I said, Umsati is vast with a higher population. Also, Onesi Health Center so was requested also to become a district hospital as well as Onanjamba. Onesi Health Center, it is caters people from far behind Kunene, and those are cut Onesi Health Center, the Otapi and the same district, Kahao and the Oshukuk. But we need also these two, Onesi and Onanjamba. Onanjamba also close to the border. Here is the challenge. We are here in Namibia, and another challenge is immigrated from neighboring Angola here. Now, when you visit this, the current district, you know, Tapi, Sandi, Kahao, the school, you find there is full people scattered around, and they take long at the hospital instead to get few to attend at the back home. With this, Honorable Vice Chairperson, also we are also need to the ministry also to attend on this one, for our people get their service. With these remarks, I full support to this vote 13 for the Ministry of Health and Social Services. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkete. Honorable Beiko. Mkete? Okay, your mic. Thank you.
Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, I would also like to highlight the critical need to strengthen mobile clinics services under Vote 13. Health and social services, particularly in Kavango West region and other regions, as honorable members have already mentioned it, where long distances remain a major barrier to accessing health care. In my constituency, residents from villages such as Hema and Nkuyumuko travel approximately 65 kilometers to Rupara Clinic and about 35 kilometers to Garua Clinic just to access basic primary health care services. For elderly persons, pregnant women, and children, these long distances often result in missed treatments and delayed medical attention, leading to serious health complications. I therefore urge the ministry to allocate dedicated funding for well-equipped mobile clinics with scheduled outreach programs and adequate staffing to bring essential healthcare services directly to these underserved villages.
Such an intervention will reduce the burden on fixed health facilities, improve early detection on treatment of illness, and ensure that the right to health care is enjoyed by all Namibians, regardless of their location. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, I support vote 13. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Veko and Honorable Marungu.
Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, the Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, honorable members, fellow deputy ministers, I rise in support of Budget 13, Health and Social Services. This allocation is a lifeline and it demonstrates this government's continued commitment to the constitutional right to health for all Namibians. The fight against HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis and maternal mortality, as well as the expansion of primary health care, deserves our full backing. Therefore, my support for this vote is unequivocal. However, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, as I voice my support, I must bring to this House the stark realities facing the people of Ndongali-Nena constituency in the Kavango East region. The plight of the inland communities. The greatest challenge we face is the complete absence of a clinic in the first inland areas of Ndongali-Nena. While the constituency has a facility in the settlement, many of our people living deep inland, villages like Samashwa, Kanyumara, Gude, walks over 20 to 30 kilometers to reach the nearest point of care. Pregnant women are forced to undertake this treacherous journey for antenatal care, often delivering by the roadside. The elderly and chronic patients default on their medication because they simply cannot afford transport or manage the distance on foot. Malaria and diarrhea disease, which are time sensitive, become death sentences due to the delay in reaching a health facility. Honorable Vice Chairperson, no Namibian should die because a clinic is out of reach. We cannot preach universal health care coverage while leaving islands of our population in a health desert. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, the paradox of unemployed nurses. This brings me to my second point. The plight of unemployed nurses must be addressed also by this budget. We are funding a health budget. Therefore, our professionals that are qualified as nurses must also be taken care of. Finally, to address both the congestion at the main facility and the lack of services for the inland population, I request that the ministry prioritize the upgrading of the Ndongali-Nena clinic to a full health center. Currently, the clinic is overwhelmed. It serves not only the settlement, but also acts as a referral point for the inland population. As a clinic, it cannot provide maternity services, maternity ward, emergency surgical care, or inpatient stays. A mother with complications must be transferred to Rundu, often a journey of over 100 kilometers on bad roads. So therefore, upgrading the Ndongali-Nena clinic to a health center would save lives, would decongest the Nyangana and Rundu State Hospital, and as well create jobs for the very unemployed nurses mentioned. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I support
wholeheartedly this budget because health is wealth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marungu. Honorable Mukoya.
So, good morning. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm still sleeping, Honorable. Yes, good afternoon. This time is running. Good afternoon, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Council of the whole committee. First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council. Honorable members, I rise to support vote 13 of Health and Social Services with 13,115,700. The critical challenge on this ministry is alluded by my colleagues. I'm just direct to give information. Serious challenges many residents in the rural areas of Kavango East region, especially in Diona constituency and other constituency, is long travel distance, inadequate health facilities, shortage of staff, limit emergency transport, like in the inland, especially in the inland. These challenges continue to put the life of our people in a risk, especially during the emergencies such as malaria outbreak and maternal health complication. My concerns are as follows. District hospital in need of urgent in Diona settlement, as well as Divundu Town Council. To save the growth population of the constituency, currently residents travel long distance to access hospital service with increased cost, delay urgent medical treatment. Upgrading of existing clinic to health center. The following clinic must be upgraded to health center in order to provide improvement health care services. Katere Clinic, Kanjara Clinic, Ndongalinena Clinic is mentioned by Honorable D.M. Kapupai the Clinic, Mabushe Clinic, Karukuta Clinic. Upgrading this facility will bring better health care service close to rural communities. Point 3, construction of new clinics. New clinics should be constructed in the following areas: Livai, Jarajara, Shamashwa as mentioned by DM, Shanyashi, Dithimba or Kambimba, Kanyumara as mentioned by DM, Mukubi, Tire Road. These community are far from existing health care facility, and the residents often struggle to access medical assistance on time. 4, accommodation for nurses in rural areas. Government must construct proper accommodation for nurses in rural areas. The lack of accommodation contribute to frequent transfer of nurses from rural clinic to urban areas, leaving our community underserved. Shortage of vehicle in the inland, especially at Kanjara. The clinic does not have even a single vehicle. At least 2 additional 4x4 vehicles are needed because many roads in the area are sand and difficult to assist. Recruitment of more health workers, community nurses. As mentioned by my colleagues, the ministry should recruit more health workers who can conduct outreach programs by going house to house, especially in the village, in the remote inland areas to assist vulnerable residents. Recruitment of more nurses. We have many qualified nurses who are currently unemployment while our clinic remain understaffed. The ministry must recruit more nurses to improve service delivery in a clinic and hospital. Provision of more ambulance. More ambulance are an urgent needed in rural area to save faster emergency response and save life. Referral hospital in Kavango East region. Referral hospital should be established.
Honorable Mukoya.
Construction Kavango East region to reduce travel distance in Windhoek and lower financer. I so submit, I support vote 13. Thank you very much, Honorable First.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukoya. Then I think before we break for lunch, we give the chance to Honorable Kabaka.
Thank you so much. I rose up on vote 13, which was allocated 13.1 billion, and I'm very much thankful to this ministry. Like Maheke, in recent months, what they did, each and every clinic, staff nurses were added up to each and every clinic, where we used to have 1 nurses. At each and every clinic now we are having up to 5 nurses, plus a pharmaceutical, so which bring a 6% in now. The other thing is also that this construction of 2 new clinics, the one at Chakaben here and the other one at Duplessis. Also, there is an upliftment from clinic to a health center in Aminus. It's in the current MTF. So that is honestly, I'm thinking this ministry that they are trying all they can. But we are having problem with ambulances. We had to have 1 ambulance that was shared between 4 clinics. A brand new ambulance could not even last for a year because it has to be shared between an ASAP clinic, Oshimanangombe, a Pokiro Post 3, and then a Pokiro RC. So each and every second week, that ambulance has to go for service. So that ambulance could not even last for a year. It was donated by the Catherine Bullen Foundation. And it is very, very risky just for 1 driver to drive in the morning 360 kilometers from ASAP. You have to go to Kopapes, then there is an emergency. You have to come back to Chimanangombe, drove again. So that's why sometimes we were having drivers who were involved in accident ambulance driver. The other things, our clinic does not have standby generators. So remember this electricity, when there is rain or there is wind, when power goes off, then the clinic, there is also a blackout at the clinic. So we need standby generators at our clinic. And the other thing about the clinics, we need to upgrade the Epukiro Post 3 clinic, Talismanes clinic to a public health center, so that at least we can have a doctor there, including the one of Leonardville also, so that we can decongest the Kopapes hospital, because with a public health center, you will be provided with a doctor. Some people are just been referred to a hospital just because of some minor issue that need a doctor attention. So if we can create a public health center at those clinics, we will decongest the Kopapes hospital. So finally, a place like Dreamiopsis, where there are 2 schools, need a clinic also. We need a clinic at Helena as well as Oshiara Growth Point and Helena Growth Point, together with the Dreamiopsis Growth Point, because at these places we are having children, there are schools, so we need to create clinic also, so that
we can also accommodate those people because they have to travel long distances for them to get medical attention. So I support vote 13. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kavaka. Any further discussion? I see none. An objection? I see none. Agreed to? Thank you. Honorable members, our time shows that it's lunchtime. So therefore, I just want to appeal the honorable members that after lunch, we must come on time so that we start exactly 1400 or 2 o'clock because we have got about 3 votes to go through. So therefore, it will take time again because I can see the demand of the honorable members from the House to contribute. And I think if this is the momentum that we'll be following after lunch, then we'll end up maybe very late, 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock there. Therefore, let us come on time so that we can continue with the rest of the 3 votes. With that, honorable members, Secretary, the House is adjourned until 14 hours.
because unemployment, poverty, and lack of opportunities continue to affect many households, especially the youth and women. From Divundu to Rundu is a 200 kilometers. It's only in Rundu where we can get the BTC we're talking about. While many of our young people have completed the grade 10 or 11 or 12 but remain unemployed for years. Other service through informal trading, seasonal work, fishing, and subsistence farming without adequate labor protection or sustainable income opportunities. We therefore need the following. The constituency is in need of a skill training center, and that is the VTC. Vocational development programs, support for youth entrepreneurship, expanded public works programs, labor inspection in remote areas, greater inclusion for rural youth in government employment initiative. Honorable members, tourism, conservation, agriculture, and fisheries in Kavango East region, in particular in Mukwe, have the potential to create employment if properly supported by the line ministries. The government must also ensure fair labor conditions for workers employed in lodges, conservation, agricultural projects, and construction activities in rural areas. Article 95 of the Constitution further emphasizes policies aimed at ensuring decent living standards and opportunity for all Namibians. Rural development must therefore include labor empowerment. As leaders, we cannot speak of development while young people remain idle and hopeless on the street. Employment creation is essential for social stability and poverty reduction. With these few remarks, honorable members, I support the vote and I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Katembo, Honorable Nunyango.
Yeah, thank you very much, the first Vice Chairperson of the committee, the first Vice Chairperson of the committee of the whole council. Honorable members, good afternoon. I would love to throw my weight behind vote 14, of which of labor and relation matters. By having said that, your voice of our brothers and sisters who are serving on fishery industry, as well as those who are serving in security companies, your voice have heard. Therefore, I wish to touch some challenges affected formation areas by starting with low pay and wage violations, one, unpaid overtime, night work, Sundays, and public holidays. 2, rate and irregularity salaries. 3, bad contract, unfair dismissal. 4, poor working conditions. 5, weak regulations of the industry. 6, tender system pressure. 7, having mentioned all those challenges, they are very much affecting the working conditions of our people in those sectors. There are people actually who are serving in long-term probation, without being permanented. And this matter, honestly speaking, each day you are going to work, you are losing energy. And that energy, it reads you to get an order. And obviously, there's no pension benefit out of, or at the end of the day. Therefore, I'm urged directly to the Namibian wise men, Honorable Wiseman, our minister, who is responsible with this right ministry, to work together or hand in hand with unionists who are responsible of this matter to be resolved in matter of emergency, so that we are bettermenting the living condition of our workers for these institutions. With that, Honorable Vice Chairperson, I am supporting the budget allocated to specific or specified vote. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nunyango. Honorable Kapere.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole House. I rise to support allocation on Vote 14. Vote 14 is the government's way.
Honorable Nunyango, your mic.
Is the government's way of playing referee. Without this vote, or without this funding, the game of the economy becomes unfair. By supporting it, we ensure that economy grows. As the economy grows, the workers are protected, the employers have the rules to follow. There are some few issues that I would like to advocate, and that is the modernization of dispute resolution processes. Due to the fact that the cases are piling up, and as we said that justice delayed is justice denied. So that we don't reach that part, the ministry must look at modernizing dispute resolution processes by case management systems. We can even move to a point where we roll out integrated case management by, for example, we move to the issue of e-referrals for disputes that will reduce the backlog of cases. This budget is also not just about rules, it's about enforcing the rules also. Therefore, we need to fund inspectors to visit mines, homes, farms, and all other strategic areas where our people conditions can be seen. With this, Honorable First Vice Chair, I support Vote 14. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kapere. Any other discussion? Honorable Pakarai?
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Mine is just, and I think as a country, I see a tendency when we talk about labor relations, it's like we tend to focus on the lower jobs or labor intensive work of type of category. But if you look at the statement of Vision 2030, when Namibia would like to become an industrialized nation developed by human resources, equivalent to the counterparts of the others, it's that if you go to what we refer to as the Global Competitiveness Index, and you look at the factors that make it difficult for Namibia to perform or to produce, one of the elements is the work ethics. And I'm standing to support the bill, but if under labor relations, we also looking at the holistic performance of the country, the heading of the budget was it has productivity prudence in it as well. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, my concern is that I'm not seeing an investment deliberately structured that is geared towards improving the work ethics of all the sectors within the Republic of Namibia to make sure that we become competitive. And therefore, I'm raising, while I'm supporting this, I want to see how we as a nation become competitive through labor relations interventions to make sure that we propel and take this country to the greater heights of functioning economically. So I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pakarai. I think in the absence of any other hand observation. Yes, Honorable Marungu.
Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I also rise to support Budget 14, Labor Relations. This portfolio is not merely about regulations or dispute resolution. It is about the dignity of millions who wake up before dawn to build our economy with their bare hands. However, support for this budget must be accompanied by a stark acknowledgement of reality. Our labor force is under siege. We cannot speak of a just transition while ignoring the silent crisis gripping three critical sectors, namely the security officers, domestic workers, restaurant workers. First, let us talk about our security officers. Security officers are the invisible shield of our nation. They guard our malls while we sleep, protect our factories over weekends, and ensure our children's schools are safe. Yet, the average security officer works for shifts, often for little more than the minimum wage, with no retirement plan, no comprehensive plan of health care. Many of them are forced to sleep in the cabins they patrol. This budget must redirect funding to enforce the private security sector regulations. that must end the practice of paying wages that leave a worker or a security officer choosing between transport fare and a meal. Secondly, the domestic workers. For decades, they were the invisible workforce excluded from basic labor protections, while the national minimum wage is a victory. I think enforcement remains a phantom. Therefore, too many domestic workers are still dismissed without severance, work without contracts, and face sexual harassment in isolated workplaces. So therefore, Budget 14 must allocate resources for targeted and multilingual education campaigns and dedicated inspectorate capacity for domestic homes. Third, restaurant workers. This is also an industry of passion, but also predation. We have all heard stories of tips being confiscated by management, workers forced to work trial shifts for weeks without pay, and schedules changed overnight, making childcare impossible. The COVID-19 relief gap exposed how many restaurant employees had no formal proof of employment. This budget must also fund a hospitality-specific compliance unit and establish a binding tipping and service charge code of conduct so that a worker keeps what a customer freely gives. So having said that, Honorable Vice Chairperson, I stand to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malungu. May you switch off your mic, Honorable Marungu. Yes, Honorable Brandt, being a Deputy Minister in the provided vote. So what is that you want to share with us? You may have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, the first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Yes, I'm not contributing. I am just gonna give some comments. As the Deputy Minister of Labor and Justice and Labor Relations. Yes, we all are aware. As we are sitting here, we are the leaders in our constituencies, and we are aware what's going on in our constituencies. At some points, every point that has been raised here, like the last point from Honorable Marungu, is that we are aware in our constituencies that some of our people are not getting the allowances or the payments that they are supposed to get, the right ones that has now been confirmed. And yet, sometimes we see them and we ignore them. I will only add to say that it's all of us obligation, since that we are in the regions, to make sure if you know of a company that is not following the regulations of the Labor Act, you are having that right to also let me know, or as a constituency councillor to act on behalf, even if you are not taking the full responsibility to let us know. Recently, I went to South Africa last week, and we went to visit a biggest company, retail company that is called the Take a Lot. It's doing different type of businesses. In that building, we also came along to see that they were holding robots to do their work. So when they were asked by the labor minister, how many hours are the people here inside working? It's like they are working 11, 12, 13 hours in a day. So those type of things, sometimes we saw the things, we saw a big building, we saw the companies operating, but we don't make that effort to go and visit and to see what's going inside. So we want really to see that every Namibian is treated according to the regulations that are there and according to the Labor Act. And I think we are going to change as the Ministry of Labor and Justice and Labor Relations to see that everyone is treated the way they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brand, Deputy Minister. Any other further discussion? Honorable Saini.
Yes. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of Committee of Whole Council, I just made an observation that maybe we need to be assisted because some of this vote, like labor relations, is not appearing on the development budget in the book. But also when you go to the income and expenditure again, it's supposed to be on page 207. Again, in that booklet, there is only page 192 up to page 209, because I was really trying to verify the 231 million that is allocated, just to check specifically what is entailed, and maybe with through collection will be guided, because based on this I cannot really locate that. So that's what I raised for. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Semi, for that critical analysis and observation. I think the technical team will really try to look into that. So thank you very much. Any further discussion? I see none. Any objection? I see none. Agreed to? Thank you. Honorable members, I shall now put vote 18, Environment, Forestry and Tourism, with a provision of an amount of 736,800,000 Namibian dollars. Any discussion? Honorable Sikongo.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I like to contribute to vote 18, Environment, Forestry and Tourism, with an allocation of 797,620,000 Namibian dollars for this fiscal year. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism is mandated in terms of Article 95, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution to ensure the proper maintenance of ecosystem and social ecological processes and biological diversity and the utilization of living natural resources on a sustainable basis for the benefit of the Namibian citizen, both present and future. This vote alone will require the ministry to consider capacitate our community to come up with cooperatives in order to be able to benefit from the resources available in this country. The ministry critical mandate is to ensure sustainable development, to protect environment, wildlife conservation, and promote tourism and development. And I want to highlight tourism, which is an industry on its own. The ministry should consider develop community tourism center or information tourism centers across all regions, so that whoever comes in will be able to know and definitely, learn from the venue, and and from the venue where all the information related to tourism, industries within that specific region are displayed and captured. The ministry is also to make provision a fund responsible for cut lines in case there are fire fields erupted within our regions, which normally destroys the beautiful environment and also the grazing areas, especially in Oshana and Omsati. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, the ministry should also promote tourism as an investment sector. As I said, the tourism information centers across the regions will definitely be able to create job employment, to our youth. Youth will be able to be attached to those centers and be able to guide those tourists who are coming in, or whoever comes in, to get relevant information and market the region, so that the region could be known everywhere. This key sector or ministry is very important for youth employment. Therefore, it is very important, it is also very critical that we looked at this sector as one of the sector which can employ many youth within our regions. With these few words, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I so submit and support vote 18 for the environment, tourism, forestry, and tourism. I so submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shikongo. Honorable Unona.
Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, today I am rising in this August House with a reason to support vote 18 for the Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and Tourism. While I'm supporting this vote, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I have also other issue which I would like to comment and make proposal. Number one, we have grazing areas in our regions sometimes used to be destroyed by field fire whenever field fire erupted. For example, last year, the field fire erupted in Etosha National Park, and it happened to destroy a lot of hectares
in Etosha National Park. And also move out of Etosha and also destroy a lot of hectares in Umsati region and a part of Oshana. So the grazing area was too much affected. I have also observed that the ministry doesn't have a lot of machinery equipments that can be used to extinguish the fire whenever field fire erupted. Therefore, I propose in the future the budget to be extended, to be increased so that the ministry could able to buy additional machinery equipments like graders. And these graders can be used to make cut lines. If a cut lines happen to be demarcated at a certain area, it can prevent the fire to jump from one side to another side. And we can save the grazing area in that way. But if we have no proper machinery equipments, the forest fire could continue to destroy our grazing area. I have traveled through Bwabwata Conservancy. I mean Bwabwata National Park. If you travel there, you could easily see fire here and there. There is a need at least to make cut lines in Bwabwata National Park. And also in Etosha itself, as well as in a grazing area that you can find in Oshikoto, part of Oshikoto, Oshana, Umsati, and Kunene, and elsewhere in our country to save the grazing area. The other point which I would like to mention, it's a lack of vehicles in the ministry concerned. This year we experienced a lot of bees here and there. Councillor reporting that some houses, they experience bees, and these bees go even in the sleeping room, in a grain storage, and everywhere they could find an accommodation. We don't know where they came from. But at Yongwediva, in Oshana region, there is only one Randa cruiser that can able to transport the official in order to remove these bees among the community. Now the ministry relying on regional council at least to lend a transport for their official to be able to assist the community whenever bees happen to move in their houses. And it is a pity. The ministry need to procure more cars.
Honorable Nona?
Yes.
I will
round up. Honorable, I will round up by saying that the other concern is human-wildlife conflict. We need to come up with the awareness campaign to educate our community on how they could able to handle the wildlife animals. Thank you, but next time I think these minutes needed to be increased.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nona.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Sikongo.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Let me see whether I will tackle my minutes. I think I will do. It's just to support the vote and also to advise the ministry to really continue the changing the policy of human wildlife policy so that it can suit the daily event that are happening. Very last year, we have to experience one protected species. It's a python. Happened to come at one of our village in Nankudu. It swallowed 3 of the chicken of one of our residents. But in the policy, so you cannot kill because it's a protected species. But then it has damaged the property of someone. But then there's no offset put in the policy. So a person have just to report to the rangers, and the rangers have to come and take the python, so with the chicken, and you just hold the hands. And I think in such a case, it will promote people to kill protected species, because chickens in our daily life is a relish. If you don't have a chicken and you have a guest, you won't be able really to satisfy your guest. One of the issue is that the offset that are in the policy, it must not only be money, but if there is crop like mahangu, maize, beans, groundnut that were destroyed by hippos or by elephants or by kudus, like those of us who have so many of this wildlife, Dambezi, Kavango East, Kavango West, Omsati or Hangwena. So, and I think there is a need really to the ministry to consider a budget put aside so that food item can be bought and then be distributed, because that is the food that was destroyed by these communities, and there is a need really this food at home. Traditionally, if your cattle eats my mahangu, I will report it to the headman, meaning you will compensate me either money or food. And I think the ministry have to do the same so that people will love this this animal, because there is a beneficiation. So without and also transport, Honorable Unona, I concur with you. Really, the rangers do not have transport. Even the one that at Kahenge, only one Land Cruiser. If this Land Cruiser is at the garage, then the officials must fold the hand at the office or at the mercy of the council. And I think to support the vote, the ministry really needed to procure transport. So I so submit and I support the vote, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. And I so thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sikongo. Honorable Nunyango.
Yeah, thank you very much once more. The first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Full Council for giving me this chance again today to contribute. First, I would love to concur and support the vote. And of course, I'm going to touch on issues pertaining to many different areas countrywide. And I wanted to direct this one to town planners, settlements, and others. When they are planning, I don't know, maybe they not used to mind about dumping site. One. The second is sewage dams. So I believe as a government, in the world of development, we need to look at on those aspects.
Honorable Sezunyi, your mic.
Okay.
Honorable Sezunyi.
Oh,
thank you.
as a government, we need to look at that aspect. If my memory serves me well, I can recall last year, whereby one of sewer dam or sewage dam overfilled, that is happened to contaminate, rainwater, that actually for human and animal consumption or consumption. So when now I was checking on the MTF, there's no any budget allocated to this dam. And this dam, its physical allocation is in borders of Onipa Town Council. And it's been inherited by LC to the government. Yes, we were following the development that are undertaking in Oshkoto region. Onanjokwe, it's one of the institutions that are developing very, very fast and rapidly. We observed the inauguration of maternity ward that cost millions from the government. And of course, with that infrastructure, it also affecting the capacity of that sewer dam. When we are querying to the local authority or town council, it says there's no budget. And also the sewer pond itself is not having a capacity of accommodating that such. As a government, we need to look at that one. Then other concern that I wanted to touch on is about the Commission of Environment. You cannot have development in the country without using sand. Here and there, in the various areas of country, there are so-called sand mining activities. But I don't know what way they use actually to conduct their assessment, environmental assessment impact. Or that aid that actually used to reach our community members who are not sensitized to come up with unnecessary demonstration. And also this area needs to be, to allocate a security guards to monitor the movement of people not to enter. As a fact, many people are died, drowned in such, pities. But the concerns are not directly to where they came from, rather to the responsible councillor for those offices where they, where the issues or like unnecessary death are noticed. With that, I see to the seconds. I want to end up of saying I'm supporting the allocation of the budget on that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nunyango. Honorable Katembo.
First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, vote 18. To support vote 18 of environment and human wildlife conflict. Kavango East region is one of the most environmentally significant regions. It is blessed with natural beauty, biodiversity, and important conservation areas. The Conservancy hosts Bwabota National Park and Mahango National Park. While conservation remains important for tourism and environmental sustainability, our community continue to experience severe human-wildlife conflict. Incidents involving crocodile attack, hippo attacks, and destruction of crops by elephant continue to affect most of the villages in Kavango East region. While our people depend on the river for fishing, washing, fetching water, transport, domestic use, and survival. Unfortunately, this daily dependence exposes them to a dangerous wildlife encounters. Crops are destroyed yearly by elephants and other wild animals, while women and children have become victims to crocodiles. Animals are threatening food security and the livelihoods of people. Families work hard throughout the season, but only to lose everything overnight is a pity. Since I came here, the calls I'm receiving from the constituency is just about elephants. Today they are here. Tomorrow you will hear they are now here at this village, finishing all the crops before harvesting. Honorable members, now I commend the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, traditional authorities, security agency, and community leaders for ongoing efforts to educate communities and respond on incidents. Mechanisms of community awareness and wildlife management are placed but not more supported if required. Honorable members, I therefore call for the ministries to increase compensation mechanism, to put more rapid response teams, to construction of protective barriers in hotspot areas. Targeted areas at the river where crocodiles are attacking people are identified. Research were done. The idea is we have to fence these areas, but how we can start this? Improved early warning system, community conservancy support, and stronger human-wildlife conflict mitigation programs should take place in that region. Last not least, to fence the identified targeted areas for the people to fetch water safely. I support the vote 18 and I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Katembo. Honorable Sezuni.
Thank you very much. The first chairperson of the committee for the whole council. A bit these words they nobody confused, especially with the first chairperson of the committee.
Thank you very much. That is a process.
Okay.
Very soon he's getting there.
Okay, let's
proceed, Honorable.
The chairperson of the committee of the whole council, Mr. Ndawi. Honorable members, my rising here is to support a vote under discussion. In my area or in the constituency where I live, is surrounded by so many rivers. And as a result, crocodiles have been an issue, a problem. And then my opinion was to have these crocodiles at least harvested. If they could be harvested some. One crocodile lays about 120 eggs. Now, already with that infested crocodiles, as they are still breeding, I do not know, some of them will be living with them in our houses. It's very serious. I want to thank the ministry by introducing the conservancies. These conservancies in these areas, I've got 4 conservancies in my constituency. And most of these conservancies has absorbed most of these young ones to join the conservancies. That is now employment alleviation. Furthermore, it's only some of the conservancies that are not doing well. So my intention or my request was to say they must probably be assisted to have the auditors, because some of the finances, they just mess, as if there is no accountability. So with these few, this is what I wanted to bring to the House. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Skulo. Honorable Sajini, your mic. Honorable Sajini.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Let me join my fellow honorable members in contributing to vote 18 with an allocation of 736,800,000 for environment, forestry, and tourism. The establishment of the Ministry of Environment is one of our applaudable move which the country took during 1990. When it comes to the primary fundamental principle enshrined in Article 95 of Namibian Constitution that deals with the protection of our wildlife animals and our valuable resources to the benefit of all inhabitants of Namibia. First and foremost, I would like to speak to the issue of the clearance certificate, as it was alluded there from one of my honorable, from the Department of Environment Affairs. As one of the representatives from Mumsati region, we experienced this year that this Department of Environment are not taking their mandate seriously. For example, at Okahau constituency, we have a contract which builds reservoir dam at Itapa village, and the construction requested the clearance certificate, and for almost 4 months, there was no response to the request. Luckily, upon my intervention as a councillor for the constituency, with the line ministry, Honorable Idileni Daniel, the minister only took a day, and this clearance certificate was awarded. Just imagine 4 months, people are waiting, and it took only a minister 1 day to get this certificate. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your quick response and kind assistance. We cannot allow this kind of sabotage by staff members entrusted to save the public, yet hidden progress and development. Such conduct appear to be common in several departments within the Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and Tourism, and this must be addressed urgently. I therefore call on the ministry's leadership to put an end to this unacceptable practice. Last year, Umsati region experienced excessive wildfire from Etosha National Park in two parts of Watamanzi and Okahau constituency, then part of Oshana. In Watamanzi, the fire destroyed the grazing and the vegetation, as well as the area of Mtambomawe and surrounding villages. Cattle post was also destroyed. Luckily, no injuries or loss of life were reported. And I would like to thank the community of Umsati, Oshana, men and women in uniform from NDF and NAMPOL for their dedication toward fighting the fire until it is completed stop. I'm therefore appealing to the Ministry of Environment to start clearing cut lines in advance to avoid what happened the previous year. Another prevailing issue is elephants. Destroy the Omahango field. However, a ministry, some areas did receive good rain, but their crops have been destroyed by the elephant. These elephants are not only life-threatening, but destroying the livelihood of the people. This cause needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. Honorable Minister, I'm done. There is more drought relief in this country where the community gets something. We regret the incident that happened in the Osanti constituency. One person was killed. My heart rests in internal peace. We therefore call on the ministry to consider the relocation of this elephant to Etosha Park. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Council of the whole Council, with these few words. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council. With these few words, I support the vote and I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skulo, our Deputy Chief Whip. Thank you very much for that contribution. Honorable Ngunaihe.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the World Council, honorable members. Just as briefly to contribute to Vote 18, Environment, Forestry and Tourism. One of the key responsibilities of the ministry is nature resources management, and this includes managing wildlife, national parks and forestry resources while encouraging community participation through conservancies and community forest. Namibia has 86 registered conservancies, and 38 of these are in the Kunene region. While conservancies are so important, they come at high price to pay to some community members. The wild animals we are expected to live with often become a threat to our property and livestock. I still do not understand how goats can live safely alongside cheetah and cattle with lions and elephants with gardens. The ministry deal with emergencies, whether it is to protect human lives from dangerous wild animals or protecting wild animals from dangerous people. For this reason, the ministry must be fully equipped to respond to any call at any time, just like the ambulances and police. However, the ministry in Kunene is understaffed. This is unfair considering the level of danger caused by wild animals to people's properties. Often when communities call for help, there is no fuel for the staff to respond, or there are no staff on standby due to staff shortages. Because if you look at the regional service division, there used to be 19 staff members, but currently there are only 5 that they have to move around the whole Kaukoland, and those people are exhausted a lot. And my appeal to the ministry is to consider paying danger allowance to all wardens and assistant rangers and to rangers. Because at the time the community is calling you at 2 o'clock midnight, and you have to call these people. These people getting out of their houses, going to try to protect other human beings from wild animals, and knowing that also illegal poachers are there waiting for them also. These people, they need to be given a danger allowance. This one should be not a negotiable, it should be, it's a must. It must be given to them. As also we witnessed what happened in Casablanca in Oshogoto region. 2 wardens were attacked by a lion. The community called these people to come and assist them because the lion was terrorizing their animals. And these people, they end up attacked by this lion and they were admitted in hospital. That's why I'm saying the ministry must consider paying danger allowance to these staff members. Because these people are people with families and their lives matter. And also my plea to the government, to the ministry, is to consider now planning for guidelines, as other staff, other honorable members have said, and not only to consider, and also to train volunteers from different conservancies and giving equipment. Whenever there is outbreak of field fire, these people, they will start trying themselves while they are waiting for manpower to come and assist. With these few remarks, I support the vote. I say thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngunaye. Honorable Pakarai.
Thank you so much. The first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council, honorable members, I know it's the afternoon. Good afternoon, yes. By statistics, Namibia has most part of the country, most regions have received more than above average rainfall. And therefore, it's evident that there are enough food for livestock. But we are standing at a juncture where if we are not acting now, and that's why I'm rising to support vote 18 under the Environment, Forestry and Tourism, and that is if these funds are not, doesn't cater for all the items, one that has been mentioned, that I don't know, Maheke, I don't know about the other regions, but if it was not for the Ministry of Defense, NDF, Maheke could have just vanished, extinguished through the fell fires. The officers, the forestry office does not have equipment even to extinguish an area of this August house at their disposal. Neither trucks, and it's worrisome that maybe, of course, there are some areas where are prone to other disaster or emergencies. These things have been catered for, but for Maheke, we do not have, the Ministry of Forestry does not have neither the trucks, and could we mention how much it cost? I think it cost, one tire of the NDF was in excess of 18,000 Namibian dollars. And we have been relying on them for all this, for 3 years. So it is important, Honorable Deputy Minister, that we really need to look at that and support, because the anticipation is that this year we are more likely to have those fell fire phenomena because of the rainfall and because of the grass that is there now. Secondly, I do not know until now why charcoal production is still not allowed in communal areas. If you look, you could use any numbers, formulas. If you want to address poverty, if you want to make sure address the issue of unemployment, you cannot ignore the sector of charcoal production. And still, it's not yet, the policy is not yet done, or we are not yet allowed to do so. I know there has been some pilot in some of Jupa, in some of the constituencies, but I understand that this pilot has been successful. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, DM, there is an incident in the Maheke region, Aminus constituencies, where wood harvesting permits has been issued, and we have a situation that must be controlled, or where we need proper analysis of feedback, where it seems like over harvesting of vis-a-vis the allowed quotas is taking place, and therefore there has been a lot of commotions in terms of between the officers forestry, the Ministry of Forestry, and the community, the gazetted community forestry, the community forestry organizations, or the umbrella. So we need to make sure that when wood harvesting are being issued, an element of sustainability is in there to make sure that future generations, we do not over harvest some of the things. And right now it's in Aminus, and as a regional leadership, we want to understand what happened. I know the Honorable Councillor for Aminus constituency, Kavari, Sandro Kavari, has been hard at work in mitigating those type of commotion and issues. But we need a proper understanding from the ministry officials. Lastly, can I just to conclude, and yes, I think I have a lot of credits.
The time is up.
Thank you.
The final
I support the vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pakarai. So, see, those minutes sometimes seems they are many, but they are good enough. They are many enough. They are much enough. So it needs just to adjust a bit. So, Honorable Amkete.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. As I speaking at our office and the Ministry's Environment Tourism offices at the constituency level, there is a longer list of houses reporting bees, as stated in my honorable members, unattended because of transport. Reason, transport has stayed in the garage after a Tosha fire last year up to now, but there is a long report. Therefore, now the community not to look at someone only to honorable councillor who will not get the answer. Therefore, so the minister needs to look on that one. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the committee, the whole council. Last year was a person was playing with a crocodile attacker in the honest constituency, and the crocodile attacked. And the year March of this year, also some people was trying to play with an elephant in our constituency at the village, and also elephant also attacked to kill younger ones. livestock, internal peace. Therefore, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, the Minister need to put in a program to educate the community on how to live with wild animals in the same environment, to educate our people, be aware on that one. No other recommendation, Honorable First Chairperson, recommendation also to the ministry, also to establish satellite offices close to the people, like at Okatseivi, like at Usathima, in Okahago constituency. This satellite office will make the officials' work easier in terms to coordination in situation as human versus wildlife conflict. This I mentioned only here on Saturday, and this satellite office is big to cross the whole country, whatever is possible for the same situation. For these remarks, I fully support this vote 18. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amkete. Honorable Mukoya.
Thank you. Good afternoon, First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I rise to add contribution to vote 18 to highlight urgent challenges affected the people of Kavango East Region, West Region, and Zambezi Region, and other regions. The people of Ndiona constituency to face serious challenge related to wildlife conflicts, weak forestry emergency service, limited tourism opportunity. This issue requires urgent government attention. Human-wildlife conflicts. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. There is an urgent need for the ministry to construct full operational environment and wildlife office in Ndiona settlement. Our community frequently experiences attack from crocodile and elephant. Crocodile attack residents who face water from the river, while elephant destroy crops and threaten livelihood. Unfortunately, when this incident occurs, people must report case to office that are very far away. Kaudom National Park is in the center, 55 kilometers. Babata National Park, approximately 150 kilometers away. Rundu, approximately 110 kilometers away. Because of this long distance, emergency response are often delayed, putting life at risk. Staff accommodation and emergency vehicles. The ministry should construct proper accommodation for the emergency office in Ndiona so they can remain close to affected communities. In addition, at least 2 emergency response vehicles should be allocated to Ndiona to ensure quick response when wildlife attack occur. Strengthen forestry services. Although there is forestry office in Ndiona, it is not full functional because it is lack essential resources. The office currently has no operation vehicles, no cleaning staff, no firefighting equipment, no computer, no telephone communication system, limit operation material. This means that when fire break out in communities, forestry officials are unable to respond effectively. The office should also be equipped with tools to manage bears at attack when swarm invade homes and put family at risk. Tourism development. Under tourism, there is also a need to empower local communities in all regions. The ministry should train local people in how to start tourism business, teach community how to attract tourism, provide tourism entrepreneurship training, offer course, education opportunity in tourism-related field. Kavango East region has many young people who are unemployment but could benefit from opportunity in the tourism sector if proper training and support are provided. Rural community must benefit from environmental protection, forestry services, and tourism opportunity, and therefore I urge the ministry to address this concern for the safe and economic development of our people. I support the vote 18. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukoya. Next on the list is our Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Marungu, just to contribute to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members. First of all, I would like to really thank and appreciate all the honorable members who took their time to contribute and support our budget vote. On behalf of the ministry, as a deputy minister, I want to sincerely thank you for that. A lot of issues came out as the honorable members were speaking, but I must start with the incident that has transpired in the Omsate region, where we have lost our citizens from elephant attack and consequently a crocodile attack. We have taken note of that very much regrettable incident, and really may their soul rest in peace. The honorable members mentioned several issues ranging from community information tourism centers that must be constructed across all 14 regions of our republic. We have taken note of that. There was also an issue of cut lines to be built or to be provided for in our national parks and also the grazing lands. This is because we have to prevent our natural resources from getting destroyed when fire erupts. There has been also concerns with regards to no machineries to extinguish fire. That is being observed by the honorable members in their respective regions. So that concern also came out. Lack of vehicles to attend to issues in the ministry, including now issues of human-wildlife conflict. We have taken note of that. My senior here, Honorable Skongo, have emphasized that our policies need to be reviewed, especially on human-wildlife conflict. And the issue of environmental clearance certificate also came out as a challenge. We have taken note of that. Kunene region being understaffed, there used to be 19 staffs and now we only have 5. If that's true, I think something has to be done as soon as possible. danger allowance as well came out for the wardens and the rangers that are sometimes being called by community members at night and at the end of the day being attacked by the lions and the illegal poachers. So the honorable member raised a suggestion or a request to the ministry that the danger allowance must be given to the wardens and the rangers. And then the forestry office doesn't have machines and vehicles. Okay, that has been mentioned. Also, the issue of charcoal came out. All in all, my comrades, I want to say I have summarized the concerns raised by the honorable members in the House with regards to our ministry, and I promise that I will take these concerns to my principal, my minister, the leadership of the ministry, and appraise them of your concerns, and I hope something will come out. So I thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marungu. On that note, any further discussion? I see none. An objection? I see none. Agreed to? Thank you very much. Honorable members, I shall now put vote 23 works within an amount of 592,972,000 Namibian dollars. Any further discussion? I recognize the indication of Honorable Sikongo.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, for according me a chance also to say Ngwingwi Natora, Ngwingwi Natora. Knowing you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson, when we were chairpersons of the region, how government garage and government stores really helped us with those old cars that sometimes you get stuck, you will not reach where you intend to reach. But seeing that on this vote, there is some coin, though 592,972,000 is not enough, but at least if all these regional government stores are to be renovated, and then I could see on transport, and not only renovation, but to be renovated and later to procure transport. We must not entertain only government store here centrally, while abandoning the region, be it Omsati, Oshana, Oshkoto, all those regional stores need really to be renovated and to be equipped with transports, because it helps all line ministries that are working within the jurisdictions of the regions. So without wasting much of our time, because mine was just to thank the ministry for having these votes, and I have seen and I read at page 394, I could see regions are there, there's Comas, there's Kavango West, Ohangwena, Zambezi, Kavango East, almost all the regions are there, and I rise to support this vote without any further delay, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skongo. Honorable Mondi.
Very short contribution though. Honorable Shikongo said it very well. I remember one time, I think we nearly slept in Bwabwata National Park with a BMW. It got broken in Bwabwata because the service from government garage was so poor. I was just looking at the budget allocation of works and also knowing it from my own region that those technicians complain that the budget is always not sufficient. And then when I was looking at the allocation, I see there's 4 million for works, for maintenance, and 10 million for DSA. I was just thinking out loud, if the two can be swapped, so that maintenance of government infrastructure is very important. And we cannot take it so lightly that you budget 4 million for maintenance and you keep 10 million for DSA. I so move, Honorable First Vice Chairperson, and I support the vote considering that my requests will be considered.
Thank you very much, Honorable Monde. Honorable Pakarai.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. In Omaheke region, in a Pukiro constituency, there is a school named Kuyewop School. This school was constructed in 1967. So I'm standing here now, this school, under this vote, is on the list of the long-awaited renovation because the infrastructural dilapidation is beyond acceptable standards. So while accepting and supporting vote 23, I want this school to be considered because it poses a health hazard to the learners, institutional workers, and the teachers. So I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pakarai. Any other further discussion? Honorable Smasiku.
Thank you very much, First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I think we have done a disservice to the establishment of the Directorate of Works and Works Maintenance in general. Under normal circumstances, what I have observed, it has been a long day. What I have observed is that works maintenance will get, for example, an allocation of, say, $1 million. But here's the most important and interesting part. You have Minister of Education, they have a maintenance vote, by the way, under their own budget line. You have Ministry of, for example, Health, maintenance vote under their budget line. Ministry, whichever ministry that you have in a specific region. But the funny part is that the maintenance votes of the other respective ministries are only geared for tenders, not for works to come in and assist and do the work. While this specific directorate was established for a specific function and purpose. I wonder why we are doing that. Perhaps maybe then it is high time that, because immediately after independence, the works maintenance was working properly. You had artisans there, you had the mechanics, you had almost all areas that are critical to the maintenance of buildings, vehicles for the state. But for whatever reason, maybe it was deliberate, because sometimes technocrats are very clever. Maybe it was deliberate. If you go to works now under that department, there are no specialists. But then the question is, what do we do about it? And I saw then suggest that it's unfortunate the Deputy Minister of Works did not attend the afternoon session. That he could perhaps maybe help us to submit to his principal and the ministry leadership to say, maybe we need to go back to basics. Why can't then be a scenario where individual maintenance allocations are managed by works maintenance departments in regions? So that wherever, because the problem that is killing us in the region is preventative maintenance. Preventative maintenance. We wait until such time that is dilapidated. 5 million. Of course, I'm looking at Shavionja must come and fix this thing. Big problem. But you leave out the works that is supposed to have been done, all the necessary work before then. So I suggest then that the Minister of Works come up with maybe a policy that could help to arrest this specific issue and sort out the issue of preventative maintenance first before it goes out of hand. Because I can tell you, government is investing in critical infrastructure, but the maintenance part is a little bit shaky. So with those few remarks, I, however, humbly support, vote for works, and I'm hopeful that we can find suitable interventions to sort out this mess. I so move, Honorable First Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiku. And at the same time, allow me also to register and tender the apology from the Honorable Deputy Minister that he was supposed to be here, but because of an urgent call, he could not be here, but of course, he registered his apology. So, of course, I think the Secretariat is minuting everything for him for reference. Thank you very much. Honorable Brand.
Thank you, Chairperson, Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council. I stand up to support the vote and in the same time to give only 2 comments. The Ministry of Works is responsible for the schools, the hospitals, the clinics, wherever. And like for us in Daures constituency, I'm having a problem with the procurement process. If a bulb is broken at the clinic, first somebody has to come from Swakopmund to fix that bulb. And then two people are sent with a car to fix actually that part of the electricity. And then it came to my mind that it's more expensive to pay the S&T and transport for the guys to come from Swakop to Uis than to just have somebody there in Uis to get a bulb and fix it. So those type of things that are out of our hands, I want the Ministry of Works to fix those type of things. And also in all the towns, we are having houses that belongs to Works. And even if people are trying their level best to make their houses of the streets looking nice in the certain locations, the houses of Works are out, I don't know, they are showing that there is no responsibility taken of them. So if Works can take care of these houses, renovate them so they can also be in a good looking way, so it can attract also others. It does look like the houses are rehabilitated and nobody cares about it. And at the same time also these houses that are in the towns, like small towns like Okombai and wherever, those houses, people are staying for many years in those houses, but it seems that Works is still having the responsibility over the houses, but these people that are there for more than 40, 50 years in these houses, they don't own anything. I just want them to look into it, and I really support the vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brandt. Honorable Chavarunja.
So, as Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I was just disturbed by my brother here, but I just wanted us to be cutted. I think we are doing injustice to this ministry. To be very fair, the money that we are allocating to this ministry is never enough. It's not even close to that. Because the bottom understanding of every individual is that the maintenance of whatever structure is 10% of that structure. That's why when you are constructing a building of 10 million, you must be in a position to have a million. That is 10% of that. But now when you take these close to 600,000 million, 600 million, it must cater other things, operational budget, and all the other capital programs of theirs and other things. So I believe that maybe in future we just need to revisit and see to how we can really help this ministry. And it's one ministry that we all know that is the engine of the other ministries for them to move. So, Honorable First Vice Chair, I only wanted to say that it's high time that we really need to reconsider the Ministry of Works. Also for them to receive maybe in one financial year more than $1 billion for us to understand what they can produce or what they can do for this great nation. Those are the only submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chavarunja. Any further discussion? I see none. Any objection? I see none. Agreed to? Thank you. Honorable members, I shall report progress and ask leave to sit again. Honorable Vice Chairperson, the Committee of the Whole Council has gone through votes 10, 13, 14, 18, and 23 of the Appropriation Bill B1 2026 and has agreed to the said votes. I now ask leave to sit.
Permission granted, Honorable. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Ndawanikwa. Honorable members, I think that you deserve a round of applause. You ran a very good marathon today. And following and the discussions were superbly. Honorable members, that was the order of the day. It is in accordance with Rule 30, Sub-Rule 1 of the National Council Standing Rules and Orders that I adjourn the House without a question being put. The House stands adjourned until Friday, the 15th at 9:30. I'm going to repeat it, honorable members. Please do not come tomorrow. Please take your well-deserved rest. It is Friday, the 15th of May, 9:30 sharp. Thank you very much.